I can promise you, because she doesn't only say it in words, she also says it in images. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to begin officially, and I would like us to welcome here with us today the President of the Republic of Honduras, Xiomara Castro, Madame Chrysoula Zacharopoulou, who is the Secrétaire d'État auprès de la ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, chargée du développement, de la francophonie et des partenariats internationaux, and Ms. Cindy McCain, who is the Executive Director of the World Food Programme. They will be our leads here this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, they will be joining us in a second, and that will be the Kickstarter for the official opening of this event. Let's welcome them. It is our immense pleasure and gratitude to have President Xiomara Castro with us, to have Cindy McCain, the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, with us, and of course, from our host nation and co-chair, Madame Chrysoula Zacharopoulou. Thank you very much. A round of applause to welcome them properly. Thank you very much. We are in a moment where we are discussing one of the biggest social security tools that we have. We are talking about children, and we are talking about schools. And one thing about schools and children is about punctuality and timing. So we will go immediately without wasting any further time. And so I would like to invite to this lectern, and I would use my French here to say I would want to invite to this pupitre, as we say in French, the Madame Chrysoula Zacharopoulou, Secrétaire d'État auprès de la ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, chargée du développement, de la francophonie et des partenariats internationaux, who would have a word of welcome for us.
Merci. I'm going to speak in French. Madame la Présidente de la République de Honduras, Madame la Directrice exécutive du Programme alimentaire mondial, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs les maires, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadrices, ambassadeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs les parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis engagés pour l'alimentation scolaire dans vos villes et vos pays, bienvenue en France, bienvenue à Paris pour cette première réunion mondiale de la Coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire. Avant toute chose, je vous prie de bien vouloir le président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, que la situation internationale le retient depuis hier. Il a retenu tout ce matin et empêché d'être avec nous. En ce temps de crise, il est plus que jamais important de faire bloc autour de ce qui nous ressemble. Et quoi de mieux pour cela que l'objet de notre coalition, l'alimentation de nos enfants à l'école. Au nom du président de la République, je me permets donc de vous souhaiter la bienvenue à Paris et de vous lire le discours que le président de la République souhaitait prononcer ce matin. Ce sont, mesdames et messieurs, ces mots, ces convictions, ces engagements. C'est un très grand honneur pour la France de vous accueillir aujourd'hui. Vous portez aux quatre coins du monde notre ambition commune, que chaque enfant ait accès d'ici 2030 à un repas de qualité à l'école chaque jour. Chacun porte en soi des souvenirs d'école, joie et chagrin d'enfant. Mais nous, Français, éprouvons depuis vendredi, au cœur de notre unité des nations, une douleur de plus. Car l'obscurantisme, le fanatisme ont à nouveau frappé à la cité scolaire Gambetta d'Arras, quand le professeur Dominique Bernand, tentant de protéger ses élèves, est tombé sous les coups du terrorisme islamiste. Cet acte odieux fait tragiquement écho à l'assassinat du professeur Samuel Paty, survenu 3 ans plus tôt, presque jour pour jour. Le terrorisme a, vendredi dernier, comme il y a 3 ans, ciblé ce qu'il tient à raison pour son plus grand adversaire, l'école, vivier de nos valeurs républicaines. Mes pensées vont aujourd'hui à Dominique Bernand, Samuel Paty, ainsi que professeur d'éducation physique et sportive, à l'agent d'entretien et au chef de l'équipe technique de la cité scolaire Gambetta, blessé vendredi. Je pense aux familles et proches endeuillés. Je pense aux professeurs, au personnel éducatif et aux élèves du monde entier qui défendent courageusement et parfois malheureusement au péril de leur vie, leur mission d'enseigner la liberté. L'école est un sanctuaire où chacun doit avoir le même sens d'apprendre. C'est aussi le but de cette coalition mondiale pour l'alimentation scolaire, où que chaque enfant, dans chacun de nos pays, puisse apprendre dans les meilleures conditions. C'est pourquoi, lorsque votre prédécesseur m'appelait Madame la directrice exécutive, pour me proposer de porter avec lui cette initiative, je n'ai pas hésité une seconde. Nous étions en pleine épidémie de Covid et les premières victimes en furent les enfants déscolarisés. C'est à ce moment-là que nous nous sommes rendus compte, c'est nous comme ailleurs, qu'avec la fermeture des écoles, c'est aussi la cantine qu'on le fermait. Et qu'en fermant la cantine scolaire, on privait de trop nombreux enfants du seul vrai repas auquel ils avaient droit dans leur journée. Les repas à l'école, ce n'est pas anodin. Les repas à l'école, c'est d'abord une politique de santé publique. Nourrir tous nos enfants de manière saine et équilibrée, meilleure politique de prévention que soit. Les repas à l'école, c'est une politique de justice et d'égalité sociale pour que tous nos enfants soient nourris à la même enseigne. Les repas à l'école, c'est un instrument de notre politique éducative, car, comme je l'ai déjà dit, on ne peut pas apprendre le ventre vide. Et puis, pour certains parents, le fait de savoir qu'avec l'école viendra les repas, cela peut inciter à envoyer tous ces enfants en classe, filles comme garçons. Les repas à l'école, c'est aussi une politique d'émancipation économique des femmes, car ce sont les femmes qui, hélas, rentrent le plus souvent faire déjeuner les enfants à la maison. Grâce au service de la cantine, elles peuvent accepter des emplois à temps plein. Les repas à l'école et tous les secteurs de la restauration scolaire, ce sont également des emplois et dans de nombreux programmes portés avec le programme alimentaire mondial, ce sont des producteurs locaux qui peuvent se voir enfin garantir un revenu pérenne. Dans cette logique, les cantines contribuent à faire vivre des filières locales et vertueuses, comme nous l'avons fait en France, et en nous engageant sur 50% de produits de qualité durable dans les repas scolaires, dont au moins 20% d'agriculture biologique. Les repas à l'école enfants, et ce n'est pas à notre ambassadeur de la gastronomie française, Sir Guillaume Gomez, que je vais l'apprendre, c'est l'apprentissage de la vie en société. S'asseoir avec les copains, ceux avec qui on rompt le pain, attendre son tour et servir les autres, profiter d'un moment amical et d'échange. Un mot, l'alimentation scolaire n'est pas une dépense, c'est le meilleur des investissements pour nos enfants, pour nos sociétés et pour la planète. Pour toutes ces raisons, je n'ai pas hésité une seconde quand le PAM m'a demandé de l'accompagner. Et je fais ce pari aux côtés de mon homologue finlandais que je salue, de soutenir ce projet d'une grande coalition en faveur des cantines scolaires. 2 ans plus tard, alors, où en sommes-nous? Nous avons déjà rempli notre premier objectif, rattraper le nombre de repas scolaires servis avant la pandémie. Près de 420 millions d'enfants dans le monde ont aujourd'hui accès à un repas par jour à l'école. C'est près de 8% de plus qu'avant le Covid. Aujourd'hui, plus de 90 pays sont membres de la coalition et une bonne partie d'entre eux ont voulu témoigner de leur engagement en nous rejoignant pour cette première conférence mondiale. J'ai le plaisir aujourd'hui de vous annoncer que le Brésil, qui portera l'an prochain le G20, nous rejoint pour co-présider cette initiative. Nous connaissons et admirons tous l'engagement du président Lula, qui avait lancé dès 2003 son grand programme Femmes Zéro et s'appuyant notamment sur l'alimentation scolaire, avait permis à des centaines de milliers de petites Brésiliens et petites Brésiliennes de sortir de la pauvreté. Cette expérience nous sera très précieuse. Mesdames et messieurs, notre coalition est bien davantage qu'un simple regroupement d'États. Au fond, cette coalition est l'incarnation parfaite de la politique des partenariats internationaux que la France porte. Plus de 100 organisations sont partenaires, centres de recherche, organisations internationales comme non gouvernementales. Je voudrais vous remercier tout particulièrement car vous portez notre mobilisation. Au total, en 2 ans, nos investissements en faveur des cantines scolaires dans le monde ont augmenté de 5 milliards de dollars pour atteindre 48 milliards en 2022. Si la pandémie a reflué, le contexte international reste très compliqué. Les prix des denrées depuis la guerre en Ukraine ont fait grimper l'insécurité alimentaire. Près de la moitié des personnes dans le monde qui souffrent gravement de la faim, près de 150 millions, sont des enfants ou des jeunes. Notre mobilisation reste plus que jamais nécessaire. En France maintenant, également, la pandémie a été un choc, notamment celui de voir nos enfants privés d'école et aussi privés de cantines. C'est pourquoi je me suis battue et je ne suis fière pour que nos écoles restent ouvertes le plus longtemps possible. Les enfants en France sont en Europe ceux qui ont perdu le moins de jours d'école à cause de la pandémie. Nous avons mené résolument une vraie politique en faveur des cantines scolaires, une politique sociale en donnant accès à la cantine pour 1 euro aux enfants de ménages modestes. Car aujourd'hui encore, en France, les enfants issus de familles aux faibles revenus sont 2 fois moins nombreux à déjeuner à la cantine que les enfants issus des familles les plus aisées. Or, nombreuses sont les familles qui souffrent de l'inflation alimentaire et ce sont elles que nous voulons continuer à soutenir. Plus de 180 000 enfants ont profité de ce dispositif l'an dernier, dans plus de 2300 communes. Au total, plus de 23 millions de repas servis depuis 2020. J'ai souhaité accélérer aux côtés des communes qui gèrent les cantines scolaires en proposant une aide supplémentaire de l'État aux communes dont les cantines répondent à nos exigences de qualité. C'est un engagement porté par l'État pour permettre à tous les enfants de France de bénéficier d'un repas à l'école. Ensuite, parce qu'avant le déjeuner, il y a aussi une matinée d'école, je voulais que les enfants puissent avoir accès à un petit déjeuner gratuit. Car c'est trop souvent les repas qui sautent parce que les parents sont déjà partis au travail ou pas encore rentrés. Parce que l'on n'a pas pu remplir le frigo. Encore une source potentielle d'inégalité face à l'école, face à laquelle nous avons agi. 250 000 élèves en ont bénéficié sur l'année scolaire 2022-2023. Nous poursuivrons cette politique de petits déjeuners gratuits sur l'ensemble du quinquennat et les déploierons massivement en Outre-mer et dans les territoires les plus fragiles de l'Hexagone. Maintenant, je souhaiterais qu'ensemble, nous allons plus loin. Avec la coalition que nous formons, nous détenons un levier d'action formidable sur tous les champs que j'évoquais. Éducation, santé, égalité sociale, égalité entre filles et garçons, mais aussi sur les domaines sur lesquels nous allons devoir faire des efforts. Je pense ici à la sobriété et en particulier à la lutte contre les gaspillages alimentaires, élément essentiel pour réduire notre empreinte carbone. Nous sommes tous concernés dans tous les pays. Or, quand nous agissons dans nos cantines, le levier est immense. Rien qu'en France, le secteur représente 8% du gaspillage national. En France, nous avons entamé ce champ avec des lois qui interdisent de rendre les denrées non consommées impropres à la consommation et obligent les prestataires à travailler sur l'air invendu. Je souhaite que nous allions plus loin. Il nous faut travailler dans toutes nos cantines, que ce soit les administrations ou les entreprises qui servent plus de 7 millions de repas par jour en France. Cela va au-delà d'une réflexion sur l'organisation de nos cantines et des portions servies. Je souhaite aussi qu'elles puissent participer à une grande initiative de paniers repas anti-gaspi qui serait rendu accessible à tous pour moins de 2 € sur les plateformes grand public. Je crois aussi que nous devons changer quelque chose dans notre rapport à l'alimentation, notamment dans nos sociétés développées où la nourriture transformée est devenue une norme. Ne plus avoir accès aux produits bruts, c'est se déconnecter de la terre qui nous nourrit, c'est s'éloigner de la planète. Il nous faudrait, en quelque sorte, réapprendre à privilégier la courgette à la barquette. Nous avons un enjeu collectif, pas simplement sanitaire. pas simplement économique ou écologique, c'est un enjeu de société, un enjeu presque philosophique, celui de réapprendre à nos enfants les fruits de la terre et du travail des hommes. C'est pourquoi je souhaiterais qu'à partir de l'année prochaine, tous les enfants de France à l'école primaire enfilent leur tablier et préparent un repas pour les copains dans l'année. À chaque établissement de trouver les bonnes modalités avec leurs cantiniers, leurs prestataires, la commune, les animateurs des périscolaires ou les enseignantes et enseignants. Je sais que certains le font déjà et je veux les saluer. Je veux que tous les enfants de France sachent distinguer un fenouil ou une betterave pour rendre hommage aux tests réalisés par les merveilleux acteurs déjà engagés sur le terrain, comme l'école comestible et de nombreuses autres associations. Pour mettre en œuvre ces engagements, je remercie notre ambassadeur, M. Guillaume Gomez, de mettre sous pied, Sir Guillaume, une équipe de France de cantines qui, en associant l'ensemble des acteurs privés, publics, permettra d'échanger les meilleures pratiques pour que nos cantines demain soient à l'auteur de ces ambitions de sobriété et de qualité. Notre coalition, chers amis, porte aussi cet objectif de sobriété car c'est un enjeu planétaire. La France soutiendra en particulier toutes les actions allant dans ce sens par ses financements au programme alimentaire mondial que nous maintiendrons au niveau historique de 2022 par l'Agence française du développement, RMI, ou à travers nos ambassades. Toujours dans cette même logique, celle du Pacte de Paris pour le peuple et la planète. Ne pas avoir à choisir entre lutte contre la pauvreté et protection de la planète. C'est cette dynamique que nous continuerons à porter à travers la reconstitution du Fonds international de développement agricole que la France a l'honneur d'y porter avec l'Angola et qui se conclura à Paris le 15 décembre ou à travers les Jeux olympiques du développement durable qui accompagneront le plus grand événement sportif de la planète que nous accueillerons l'été prochain. Vous avez devant vous 2 riches journées de travail que je souhaite fructueuses. Encore une fois, je vous remercie, chacun d'entre vous, pour votre engagement, pour que vive l'école et vive la cantine. Mesdames et messieurs, voici le message que la présidente de la République voulait vous partager ce matin. À son nom, je vous souhaite de nouveau à toutes et tous bienvenue à Paris et je cède la parole à Madame la directrice exécutive du PAM, Madame Sidi McCain.
Madam Minister, thank you so much for those kind words and for your continued support of the work that we do. And thank all of you for being here today. Ministers, excellencies, honored guests, and friends from around the world. I am honored to be here in Paris for the inaugural School Meals Coalition Global Summit. Allow me to start by thanking the French government and especially President Macron for co-chairing the coalition and for making our meeting today possible. I also want to thank the government of Finland, the other coalition co-chair, for its leadership on this critical issue. The summit is an important opportunity to take stock of the progress we've already made in school meals, and to celebrate our successes and to make plans for the future. It's also an opportunity to remind ourselves why the coalition is so badly needed. Today, 345 million people are acutely hungry. They are in danger of starvation, and over 150 million of them are children. We're still dealing with the aftershocks of COVID-19, when 1.6 billion children were out of school due to lockdowns. Although most have now returned to the classroom, they have lost up to 2 years of education, damaging their future life chances. Now, more than ever, it is essential that we prioritize the education and well-being of children, particularly the most vulnerable children, and support their families in the process. This is exactly what all of you as members of the School Meals Coalition are doing. Today, 90 countries have joined the coalition, and we are working on designing, scaling up, and strengthening innovative national school meals programs. Coalition members represent more than 60% of the world's population and at all national income levels. Together, you have achieved some truly impressive results. Domestic investments in school meals have increased by $5 billion over the last 2 years. And today, 418 million children are fed in school. For some, this is the only meal of the day that they can count on. WFP is proud to support your success by providing the Secretariat for the School Meals Coalition. And today I am pleased to announce our commitments for the period ahead. First, school meals will continue to be a flagship program for WFP, and we will support at least 70 countries with technical and operational support for their national programs, enabling them to reach at least 100 million children. Second, we will work with partners across different sectors to ensure school meals programs are integrated with other investments in quality education, malnutrition prevention and treatment, strengthening food systems, and climate action. Third, WFP will continue to host the Coalition Secretariat, providing a dedicated team to support the co-chairs, the member states, and the coalition initiatives and partnerships. Finally, WFP will track global progress by managing the coalition's database, issuing the State of School Feeding Worldwide report every 2 years, and supporting all of the outcomes of this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us at WFP will continue to play our part, but the coalition's incredible progress is being powered by national leadership and commitment. Throughout the summit, we'll be hearing about countries' successes. Their stories will offer solutions and prove that lasting change is possible. So prepare to be inspired. We still have a long road to go, but I am confident that one day we will reach our destination, a world where every child has the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you for having me.
Maintenant, j'aimerais appeler la présidente de Honduras, que c'est un grand honneur de vous avoir avec nous, Madame la Présidente, s'il vous plaît.
distinguidos representantes de organismos internacionales, ministros, ministras presentes, invitados especiales, amigos todos. Felicito al presidente Emmanuel Macron por haber organizado esta primera cumbre mundial de coalición para la alimentación escolar y reconocer a Honduras como un modelo exitoso con el Programa Nacional de Alimentación Escolar. Una niña o un niño que sufre hambre no puede aprender. Carece de las facultades básicas para beneficiarse de una educación integral que le permita romper con las injustas cadenas que reproduce la pobreza en nuestros países, la corrupción público-privada y el actual modelo de explotación y dependencia económica. Frente a un panorama oscurecido por las guerras, conflictos armados, desastres naturales y el colapso económico del sistema capitalista que ha generado el más desgarrador y trágico éxodo de personas que huyen de la miseria y de las guerras. Mi gobierno ha presentado un modelo económico alternativo, la reestructuración del Estado para recuperar las empresas públicas, priorizando la inversión en el campo y la reconstrucción del tejido social. Un cambio profundo del sistema alimentario y de agricultura es fundamental para alcanzar el hambre cero. Mi gobierno está comprometido a combatir el hambre, la desnutrición infantil, especialmente a nivel prebásica y preescolar. Combatir la desnutrición y la responsabilidad global que hoy nos convoca especialmente en este cónclave. Las políticas neoliberales han privilegiado el comercio y la acumulación, creando más desigualdad y dependencia de nuestras economías. Aniquilaron la protección social en áreas importantes, como la educación, la salud y el combate a la pobreza. La infraestructura social dejó de ser prioritaria y se abandonó la lucha contra el cambio climático, sequía y huracanes que condenan a miles de jóvenes a migrar en busca de mejores condiciones de vida y muchas veces solo encuentran empleo precario para poder sobrevivir. Mi determinación inalterable es a favor de la niñez y al derecho universal a la alimentación, educación y salud. Esto solo puede ser entendido a 20 meses de haber asumido como presidenta de la República, a la luz del sistemático deterioro que fue sometido nuestro país durante 12 años y 7 meses de narcodictadura que impuso el crimen organizado a través de un golpe de Estado. que institucionalizó la corrupción y elevó en más de un 600% la deuda de nuestro país. Recursos que pudieron haberse invertido en programas de desarrollo social. Por lo que presenté al secretario general de Naciones Unidas una propuesta de convenio para la instalación de un mecanismo internacional de lucha contra la corrupción y la impunidad en Honduras, SISI. Al iniciar mi gobierno, impulsé el Programa Nacional de Matrícula Escolar Gratis para las escuelas primarias y el Programa Nacional de Alimentación Escolar con acompañamiento del Programa Mundial de Alimentos PMA, que cubre el 95% de los estudiantes del sistema público en Honduras. Se han beneficiado 1.3 millones de niños y niñas, incluyendo pueblos originarios y afrohondureños, en más de 21,000 centros educativos, alcanzando las zonas más remotas en nuestro país. El Programa Nacional de Alimentación Escolar se ha desarrollado también bajo un enfoque comunitario que incluye la participación de las familias, maestros, municipalidades, mancomunidades y la vinculación de las compras locales con el objetivo de integrar plenamente al más breve plazo a la agricultura familiar campesina. La compra de alimentos provenientes de la agricultura familiar, además de fortalecer la economía local, permitirá la diversificación de la oferta nutricional, la educación nutricional y la creación de sistemas alimentarios sostenibles conducente a las zonas y el desarrollo de zonas rurales. Honduras está trabajando junto a la Organización para la Alimentación y Agricultura, FAO, para continuar mejorando la calidad de la alimentación escolar, sosteniendo un enfoque integral y multisectorial que garantice en cada ración un alimento con mayor contenido nutricional. Paralelamente, mi gobierno proporciona energía gratis a 800,000 familias más pobres en Honduras. Y con el bono agrícola, llegamos en 2 cosechas a más de 500,000 pequeños agricultores y campesinos, lo cual se ve reflejado en el incremento de las matrículas en todo el territorio nacional y por consecuencia la disminución de la deserción escolar. Señoras y señores, Honduras se mantiene firme en su compromiso de trabajar para alcanzar estas metas y unir esfuerzos con los socios de la coalición para la alimentación escolar con el fin de garantizar a la niñez la nutrición, salud y educación que necesita para crecer y desarrollarse en plena salud en un ambiente de paz y en condiciones de igualdad y justicia. Prohibido olvidar que mientras estamos reunidos en este salón, cientos de niños mueren víctimas inocentes de la más abominable violencia de una guerra en la Franja de Gaza que vulnera el derecho internacional humanitario. Lo que nos impulsa a condenar enérgicamente el vil ataque a un hospital palestino que dejó decenas de víctimas a un pueblo inocente. Estamos obligados a buscar una vía para poder alcanzar la paz. Se invierten trillones de dólares en armamento para la guerra, pero no somos capaces de contribuir al desarrollo integral del mundo. Guardar silencio es ser cómplices del crimen que amenaza por destruir a la humanidad. Despertemos, humanidad. Ya no hay tiempo. Berta Cáceres, buenos días. Muchas gracias.
Y we would like to thank Her Excellency, President Castro from Honduras, who has lifted the spirits here already with that very engaging address. And we thank her, and we are very grateful to her as well as the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, C.D. McCain, that they joined us this morning in the opening. Please, one more round of applause for them. One thing that sets apart school meals from any other initiative is the unprecedented level of political engagement that comes with it. If you listened to the address, which was read to us by the minister, but the address from the French president, Emmanuel Macron, there were things said about justice and equality, and the fact that school meals are not only just for school, but it's also what you would say helps in everything that has to do with women's empowerment and involving women in development. It's also a way of bringing people together. And then we heard also from the president of Honduras why this is important in every fight that we may have against poverty. So it is in that spirit that I would like to invite you to watch and listen to excerpts and speeches from heads of states and many leaders in support of this coalition that we have. Just watch this very briefly.
In the past 2 years, Timor-Leste has made significant strides in providing close to 300,000 school children with the necessary support and resources to capitalize on the potential of school meals.
Se modificó la ley de alimentación escolar y se incrementó el presupuesto pasando de $240 millones unos 1.879 millones de quetzales en 2019 a 405 millones de dólares, es decir, 3.172,4 millones en 2023.
A alimentação escolar é o principal programa de proteção social do país, ao beneficiar mais de 50 mil crianças.
In 2022 and 2023, we are increasing the monies that we have committed to the school meal program.
Iceland welcomes the great success we all have had in building the School Meals Coalition, one of the best results of the United Nations Food System Summit 2 years ago.
Cette première réunion de la Coalition mondiale pour l'alimentation scolaire, comme l'ACO a rejoint dès sa création en 2021, revêt une importance particulière alors que nous traversons une crise alimentaire mondiale sans précédent.
The African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, has worked to facilitate an African common position in advance of this summit with the following priority tracks. One, adopt nutrition food policies, establish food reserves, and expand school feeding programs.
Argentina ha adherido a la coalición de comedores escolares.
Mon pays s'attelle à la mise en œuvre de cantines scolaires en privilégiant leur approvisionnement auprès d'acteurs locaux.
So as to deliver safe, healthy, and nutritious school meals.
Bénin s'est engagé à jouer un rôle prépondérant au sein de la coalition mondiale pour l'alimentation scolaire.
And we therefore support the coalition on school feeding and commit ourselves to achieving it.
Our participation in the Global School Meals Coalition over the past 2 years has resulted in remarkable achievements and demonstrated our unwavering commitment towards the cause.
Country Luxembourg is particularly proud to join the School Meals Coalition.
Finland is proud to be part of the School Meals Coalition as its co-chair.
We joined the School Meal Coalition to improve our homegrown school meal programs. We have expanded the national program by 108% this year.
Schools Meals Coalition.
La coalition des programmes alimentaires scolaires.
We already support the School Meals Coalition.
USDA's McGovern-Dole Food for Education and Child Nutrition Program is the largest donor for global school feeding program, supporting national programs in low and middle income countries.
I'm pleased to see many member states rallying around universal access to nutritious meals in schools. A great example of how social protection can support resilience, food security, and the rights of children and young people.
In the past 2 years, Timor-Leste has made significant strides.
Thank you so much. And please, a round of applause to all of these leaders who are demonstrating the commitment to this very important cause. So now we get into that moment when we gather and we've heard from our leaders, we've heard from world leaders, from world institutions about the importance of this coalition and school meals. So it's also time for us then to look at how it came to be and bring the co-chairs together to lead us and lead the way. And so I would like to invite His Excellency Ville Tavio, Minister for Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade from Finland, one of the co-chairs. Please, a round of applause as he joins us here. Please, over to you.
Dear Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, it's my great pleasure to be here with you exactly to today, 1 year after the first ministerial meeting of School Meal Coalition took in place in Helsinki, Finland. I wish to extend my gratitude to France and to President Macron for convening the entire coalition for the first time here in Paris. I'm delighted to see the coalition grow in membership and in partnerships. I'm also very pleased of the work of initiatives of the coalition, for example, the Research Consortium and the Sustainable Finance Initiative. It is also very encouraging to see peer-to-peer networks emerging at the regional level. The main objectives of the coalition are clear to us, and so is the urgency of our work. Particularly in these times of conflict and crisis in severe parts of world, it is important to see that school meals is a topic that is uniting us all here. Building a more resilient world requires policies that tackle several challenges at once. School meal programs are system-level solutions, exactly what we need when we must solve complex problems with inadequate funding. School meal programs are among the smartest investments for the future. A school meal goes far beyond a plate of food. It's not just a smart catchphrase, but the bottom line of our work. They produce high returns in terms of education results, gender equality, health, social protection, and economic and agricultural development. Looking from a pure economical point of view, the returns on investments in the school meal programs could also be high. It is estimated that $1 invested in school meals could yield up to $9 in economic returns. Excellencies, in Finland, we have our own strong experience on benefits of school meals. In the beginning of the 20th century, Finland was a poor country where 40% of all 50-year-olds didn't know how to read. In 1943, Finland was the first country in the world to provide free school meals. We did this when our country was in the middle of a devastating war and we received foreign humanitarian aid. School meals were a transformative social innovation of its time, and they are a key part of the Finnish welfare success story. We believe that through establishing and enhancing school meal programs, all countries can achieve similar results. This is particularly important now as many countries are facing an unprecedented food crisis. It is important to note that in terms of funding, we need new financing that does not take away from the funding already going to education more broadly. Domestic financing will continue to be the most important means to finance education. Despite fiscal pressures, several countries have recently announced increases for school meal programs. This includes countries that are facing severe budget pressure. Innovative financing for school meals programs is also needed. In the School Meals Coalition Leaders Declaration of the Helsinki meeting, international financial institutions and multilateral development banks were encouraged to launch initiatives which mobilize innovative financing. I repeat this call. This meeting is also an important opportunity to look at ways in which the private sector can be brought into the work related to school meals. We need broad-scale partnerships. There are some innovative solutions from our private sector which could be utilized. For instance, there are digital innovations that can support the planning of healthy, nutritious, and sustainable meals and assist in reducing labor cost and food waste. We all agree that investing in inclusive and quality education is an investment for the future. A human rights-based approach, gender equality, and inclusion must guide for efforts. We need to pay special attention to the rights and needs of girls and also persons with disabilities. Finland will continue to support School Meals Coalition. We look forward to the discussion in this global meeting of the coalition and the strong commitments of the member states and partners will announce. To highlight our own commitments, Finland will continue to advocate for school meals at the highest level of co-chair of the coalition. We will continue our financial support, and in 2023, Finland will contribute a total of 3 million euros towards WFP's school meals programs. We will continue to lead School Meals Coalition member state task force and the strategic coordination of the activities for the coalition. We have also joined the coalition's Sustainable Financing Initiative and the Research Consortium. We will continue our support in terms of personal resources towards the WFP school feeding program. Finland commits to implement school meals procurement criteria that includes environmentally friendly cultivation methods, food safety, nutrition, as well as animal welfare and health aspects. In addition, it is encouraged to involve pupils to participate in the planning, implementation, and assessment of school meals. Finland will continue to provide technical expertise for countries wishing to develop their school meal programs. To facilitate this, we have developed a website with information on the Finnish school meal system and connections to Finnish stakeholders. And now I would like to invite our new co-chair colleague Brazil and Ambassador Maria Laura de Rocha, Ambassador and Secretary General of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, to stage. Thank you.
Très chères mesdames et messieurs, bonjour à tous. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier la France d'organiser cet événement si important. Je remercie également la Finlande qui a contribué à la naissance de cette initiative et à son avancement. Comme l'a annoncé le président Macron dans ses paroles lises par la ministre, le Brésil rejoindra la France et la Finlande en tant que coprésident de la coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire. Je vous assure que le Brésil ne ménagera aucun effort pour aider la coalition à atteindre ses objectifs. Mesdames et messieurs, l'adoption de l'agenda 2030 et des objectifs de développement durable en 2015 a été un moment de grandes promesses et d'optimisme. Cependant, comme l'a bien noté le président Lula à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, la plupart des objectifs de développement durable avancent à un rythme lent et l'impératif moral et politique d'éradiquer la pauvreté et de mettre fin à la faim semble être anesthésié. Oui, nous faisons face à des crises terribles dans plusieurs domaines, mais nous avons également manqué à notre engagement collectif d'éradiquer la faim dans le monde. La faim mondiale est un problème politique nécessitant des solutions politiques. Nous devons travailler plus vite et plus fort pour atteindre l'objectif faim zéro, pas de diversion. À cet égard, fournir des repas scolaires adéquats est l'une des stratégies structurelles les plus importantes à long terme pour lutter contre l'insécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Le sommet des Nations unies sur le système alimentaire en 2021 a posé les bases d'un mouvement mondial en faveur des systèmes agroalimentaires durables. La coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire est la manifestation la plus réussie de ces mouvements. En promouvant des repas scolaires sains pour tous, la coalition contribue à permettre aux enfants scolarisés d'aujourd'hui d'atteindre leur plein potentiel et de devenir des citoyens et des professionnels accomplis. Au Brésil, nous considérons le renforcement de notre programme d'alimentation scolaire comme fondamental pour sortir les pays de la carte de la faim une fois pour toutes. En 2023, après 5 ans de réduction, les financements fournis par le gouvernement fédéral aux États et aux municipalités dans le cadre du Programme national d'alimentation scolaire, PNAE, ont augmenté de près de 40%. De plus, nous avons lancé un grand programme national anti-faim, le Brésil sans faim, qui coordonne des initiatives réussies telles que le Bolsa Família, un programme d'allocation familiale, un programme de transfert monétaire conditionnel et le programme national d'acquisition d'alimentation, PAA. De plus, selon la loi, au moins 30% des aliments utilisés dans la préparation des repas scolaires doivent provenir de l'agriculture familiale. Mesdames et messieurs, le Brésil est fier de son programme national d'alimentation scolaire, le plus ancien et l'un des plus grands au monde. À chaque jour, 40 millions d'enfants reçoivent des repas fournis par le programme. Nous nous appuyons sur notre propre expérience pour travailler avec le Programme alimentaire mondial, PAM, et l'Organisation des Nations Unies pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture, la FAO, depuis 2008, pour faire progresser les projets de coopération sud-sud et trilatérale sur l'alimentation scolaire en Amérique latine et Caraïbes, l'Afrique et l'Asie. En tant que coprésident de la coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire, le Brésil multipliera ses efforts de coopération internationale visant à promouvoir l'accès à des repas sains et nutritifs dans les écoles de tous les pays. À ces propos, je suis heureuse d'annoncer que le Brésil proposera une nouvelle initiative sur la coopération internationale au sein de la coalition. Cette initiative mettra en lumière les meilleures pratiques pour renforcer les programmes d'alimentation scolaire durable, conformément aux objectifs de développement durable des Nations Unies. J'annonce aussi que l'Université de São Paulo, en collaboration avec le consortium de recherche de la coalition, conduira une étude de cas sur les programmes brésiliens d'alimentation scolaire et dirigera une nouvelle communauté de pratiques pour l'intelligence artificielle dans le contexte de la planification de l'alimentation scolaire. Je suis sûre que de nombreuses collaborations entre les institutions brésiliennes et les consortiums de recherche continueront. Enfin, j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer également que le Brésil propose d'accueillir la prochaine réunion globale de la coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire en 2025. Comme l'affirme toujours le président Lula, l'investissement dans la sécurité alimentaire et dans la nutrition des jeunes générations est un investissement dans le développement et dans la fin des inégalités. Ensemble, nous atteindrons notre objectif commun de garantir à chaque enfant scolarisé dans le monde au moins un repas sain et nutritif tous les jours. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Madame l'ambassadrice. Je vous prie de rester ici avec nous sur ce podium et je voudrais vous féliciter pour votre français vraiment impeccable. Une fois de plus, félicitations. Et permettez-moi, mesdames et messieurs, d'inviter ici sur ce podium pour rejoindre Madame l'ambassadrice, Mr. Minister Tavio, mais aussi Céline Jurgensen, qui est l'ambassadrice de France, représentante de la France auprès des Nations Unies à Rome. Merci beaucoup. We have invited the co-chairs to join us here on stage because we have an important moment that's about to occur. It's one that I would like all the cameras to get ready for. Because since it was launched in 2021, the School Meals Coalition continues to have members joining on a daily basis. Every day, every month, it's growing with new members. And we have an opportunity today, while we are gathered here in Paris, to welcome a number of these new members and partners who have joined us today. I will invite them to join us here on the stage, and they will be welcomed by the co-chairs. And they will have a moment where they'll have a group photo. So I will invite by calling the names and the representatives from each of the countries, and I will have a short moment where I try to ask you a question or two. I'll be very gentle, and you will be very quick. So I would like to invite to join us here on stage the representative of Suriname. Please welcome a new member of the School Meals Coalition. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the School Meals Coalition. And I just have a little question for you. What motivated you to join?
Well, our country is a big issue, the school meals, and we are now practicing a very big program for Suriname. Also, there is a need after COVID to invest in our children and guarantee that meals should be possible at the school levels.
Thank you so much for your engagement. Please have your welcome. Thank you, Suriname, for joining the coalition. I would also like to call on the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You're welcome. A new member, please, a round of applause. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining. And it's the same question. What has pushed St. Vincent and the Grenadines to join the School Meals Coalition?
Okay, thank you very much and good morning to our distinguished guests, delegates. Of course, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are committed to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And for the purpose of this meeting, we are very committed to the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which deals with the end of hunger, and also the development goal number 4, that speaks to the issue of a quality education that is lifelong and accessible to all. As part of our efforts at attaining these goals, the issue of the school feeding program is significant and important. We have established such a program for quite a number of years. And what has happened recently, the COVID pandemic, followed by, in our case, the explosive eruption of our volcano, has put a spoke, so to speak, in the wheels of our progress with regards to the school feeding program. And therefore, we are in this phase of recovery, consolidation, expansion, and looking at sustainability. And we believe that by joining this coalition, that we would be in a great position, one, to share, because we have ideas to share also, and also to benefit from good practices that we'll encounter, and so be in a position to enhance both the national program and the global program.
Thank you so much. Coming together to learn and to share and to develop. And very important there, the mention of SDG 2 and SDG 4. It's very important for the future and the future generations. I would now like also to invite the representative of Ukraine. You're warmly welcome. And again, my interest is to find out what pushed Ukraine to be a member and join the coalition at this time.
First of all, thank you so much for this question. And for Ukraine, we decided to be a part of this coalition because Ukraine shares this philosophy and values. And of course, for us, it's really important to be a part of this big team. And also for us, participation in this coalition, it's possibility to receive a new experience and share our experience. In 2020, the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, initiated the school health nutrition reform in Ukraine. And of course, we have a national support and regional support. In a very short period, we achieved significant progress, but unfortunately, the progress we achieved was disrupted by the war. And as you know, as minimum 300 educational institutions was damaged, and at least 2.5 million children in Ukraine are in areas affected by the war. And Ukrainian already has experienced reforming school meals in an emergency and working in war-affected area. And of course, Ukrainian ready to share this experience with the members of the coalition. It's a very good experience. And but thanks to our partnership and thanks to our friends, our reform of school meals didn't stop in Ukraine. And our entry into the coalition is a powerful driver, first of all, for us. We want to express our gratitude for all our partners, all our friends, and we believe in our joint success for our children's health. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The representative from Ukraine, please. The co-chairs will welcome you. I would also like to invite the representative from Latvia. Please, I need to feel that you're supportive of these new members who are joining. Thank you very much. It brings warmth to their hearts and they feel that they are joining a big family that is welcoming. And so it's the same question for you then. Latvia, why join the coalition?
Okay, yes, thank you. I mean, first of all, I would like to, on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture, who couldn't come due to the very important budgetary debate, as the Finnish minister mentioned, where amongst many other things, he had to defend our school meal program. So why to join? We have two major goals for our participation, for our membership. First, it's to strengthen our own national foods meal, healthy and sustainable and nutritious foods meal program. Second, it's to actually increase the ratio of the locally sourced food in this program, thus actually ensuring the environmental and climate sustainability of the program. Third issue is to incorporate actually the subject of healthy and nutritious and sustainable food into the school curriculum, to teach kids why they should eat healthy and why this food should be sustainable. And of course, the fourth part, which is actually the exchange, the studies and exchange of information about the impact, or rather the benefits of healthy and sustainable food for our social, economic, and environmental development. We are going to submit our commitments shortly. And then, of course, for us, we are looking forward at the exchange of experiences gained by other countries. And of course, we are prepared to share our own experience in this area.
Thank you so much and welcome. The co-chairs will welcome you. And we wish the minister good luck in terms of defending that budget. It's for the children, it's for the future. And so I would like at this moment, therefore, to also invite the representative from Mongolia. Please, a round of applause for the new member joining the coalition. And the question is the same. Why join? Why now?
Merci beaucoup, mesdames et messieurs, chers co-chairs, chers ministres. Au nom du gouvernement de la Mongolie, c'est un immense plaisir, un immense honneur pour moi de représenter mon pays et à cette première réunion mondiale pour la coalition alimentaire pour alimentation scolaire. La Mongolie déploie tous ses efforts pour contribuer à la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 qui vise à assurer un repas sain et nutritif à chaque enfant à l'école d'ici 2030. C'est aussi notre objectif de la Mongolie, du gouvernement de la Mongolie, dans notre politique de long terme, vision 2050, qui souhaite aussi, qui tient à assurer un repas nutritif et sain auprès de nos jeunesses, auprès de notre génération future. Vous savez, la Mongolie est un pays avec 3,5 millions d'habitants, avec une proportion de jeunesse très importante de la population. Aujourd'hui, la Mongolie compte, l'éducation nationale compte de près de 750 000 élèves écoliers en Mongolie, dans tout le pays. Et depuis 2006, le gouvernement a déjà mis en place un programme du petit déjeuner à l'école au matin. Et maintenant, depuis 2020, a élargi ce programme petit déjeuner par le déjeuner à l'école. Donc, ça contribue aux meilleures conditions d'apprentissage, ça contribue aussi à la présence des écoliers tous les jours quotidiennement, puisque la Mongolie, c'est un pays assez, un contexte géographiquement très, dont la population est très dispersée, hein, mais dont le taux d'alphabétisation, le taux de scolarité est très, très élevé parmi les pays de membres de la planète. Donc, je suis très fière aussi. Donc, depuis la mise en œuvre par le gouvernement de ce petit déjeuner et aussi depuis 2020 à l'extension de ce petit déjeuner par un déjeuner à l'école, je constate moi-même aussi par rapport à ma génération qui n'avait pas cette opportunité, cette chance d'avoir une convivialité à l'école, je constate que nos jeunes d'aujourd'hui, nos écoliers d'aujourd'hui sont plus grands que nous, plus bien éduqués aussi dans leur apprentissage, ayant de bonnes notes. Voilà, donc je voulais dire, la Mongolie soutient cette initiative après la décision d'adhésion très récemment, le 5 octobre. Donc, je suis très ravie de représenter mon pays et la Mongolie est prête à partager ses expériences nationales avec vous, avec les pays membres de cette coalition, d'y contribuer aux activités et aussi d'apprendre de vos expériences de chacun et chacune. Ensuite, je voulais dire, malgré nos efforts du gouvernement à élargir ce petit déjeuner par le déjeuner à l'école, les défis, les enjeux persistent. Les répercussions économiques de la pandémie Covid, le système d'approvisionnement sécurisé et durable pour l'alimentation, les enjeux pour les ressources humaines telles que nutritionnistes à l'école, les cuisiniers dans les cantines scolaires. Voilà, les enjeux sont devant nous, mais nous sommes prêts à travailler avec vous, avec les pays membres de cette coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire, afin de résoudre, afin de faire face ensemble à cet objectif commun pour notre jeunesse, pour notre avenir. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Vous êtes à bienvenue. Et I would like to call on the World Bank, one of the most important partners that we are having to join at this time. So good to meet you too. And one would see governments and member states and then ask why the World Bank would choose to join the School Meals Coalition.
Thank you so very much. It's a pleasure for the World Bank to be here today. We work towards a world where children have the right to be safe and have an educated future and have a fulfilled future. To this end, the World Bank invests in new commitments every year in education, around $5 billion. These investments are investments that have at the core improving learning and improving the capacity of children to be productive and learn throughout their lives. This would not absolutely be possible without multi-sector investments in education, in health, in nutrition, in schools, so that children can learn in the classroom. It's absolutely essential to be ready for learning. To motivate the importance of the investment in human capital, the bank has created the Human Capital Index, which basically speaks about the amount of human capital investments a child is expected to achieve by age 18. In sub-Saharan Africa today, a child is only able to expect 40% of its productivity due to shortfalls in investments in education and in health. I think this speaks for the importance of investments in human capital and also in school meals. And we are absolutely thrilled to be working as part of the coalition to scale up these investments and to make them as effective as possible in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please have your welcome. And that's one of the benefits of school meals. It's about human capital and its development. So a time for a photo de famille, a family photo of the new members and the co-chairs. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. This is a strong moment for us. It's an important moment, one that we want to register and note that the coalition is growing and it will continue to grow. And that will come with commitments, as we have seen, but also because it brings about the fact that we are going to have with it the progress that we hope, and that agenda in 2030 for change, which will be for the generations and the future generations to come. At this time, I would like to invite once again back onto this stage. I told you she's a very good storyteller, so I wanted her to be here with me. I'm going to invite Carmen Babano, the Director of School Meals Division at the World Food Program, to join me on stage, such that we get to the next phase of this day and this morning. Carmen, we cut your storytelling early this morning, but here is your chance to complete that story.
Thank you. Let me check, is this on? Yes. Okay, so thank you so much. And the next half of my story, I think my job at this point in the big opening segment of the ceremony is a little bit to tie things together for you as we kickstart this summit. I was telling you the story of the COVID pandemic, the fact that the programs collapsed, 370 million children lost access to these meals in 2020, 2021. And this really prompted governments to do something about it. You heard in the speech from France, you also heard it from the words from Finland and also from WFP, how leaders, particularly President Macron, ministers of Finland, of Rwanda, of Senegal, of Guatemala, Honduras, who was here today, really it spurred quite a bit of action on their side. The big question in the conversation in 2021 was, how do we restore access to these programs? And again, you heard some of those motivations before. But then it became quite evident in the 2021 conversations during the Food System Summit that these could be platforms, to actually take us further than before, both for reactivation of education systems, the issue of contributing to learning in the context of a learning crisis. How can these programs, connected to also a hunger crisis, prepare children and make sure that when they go to school and those education investments are best leveraged by children that are ready and able to learn when they're there. So the connection to education became very important. But the other big conversation was the connection to food systems. And you heard it from Brazil. You also heard it from Finland. I think it's going to be a theme that will permeate the entire summit, the connection to making our failing food systems more sustainable, making sure that diets are more diverse and planet friendly, making sure that smallholder farmers have a sustainable market for their products, rescuing forgotten foods that have been run over by a supply chain that's more global and that is slowly killing our indigenous and local products. The issue of food waste, you saw it earlier in some of the speeches. There is a connection between this and school meals programs. This is the largest food procurement policy in the world. 70% of what governments procure in the form of food goes to schools. So this is a really important policy lever that governments realized in 2021 they could press on, they could pull to kickstart these transformations. And so the coalition was born in 2021, as you've heard. As George mentioned, it hasn't stopped growing. Today, we have new members. More than 90 countries have joined this promising movement. Now, just before the meeting started, and in the weeks that just preceded the summit, me and the team were trying to figure out a way to explain what the coalition is, because it's quite obvious to us that the word coalition can mean pretty much anything and nothing. It's a little bit fluffy, and I think that that's on purpose. The coalition is a movement. It is not a new institution. It is not a new NGO or a new outfit. It's not a new bureaucracy. When governments were discussing this, they specifically decided that what they wanted was a network. What they wanted was to connect the dots rather than create anything new. During the Food System Summit, there was fatigue, I think. There was initiative fatigue. There was this issue of, we don't want anything new. We don't want anything that will take up more bureaucratic space in the international system. So what was born was this movement, this network, this ecosystem. Those are the words that we use to describe the coalition. And so we put together a video for you that hopefully describes a little bit of this ecosystem and what countries can gain from joining, and also what what the role of partners is. So let me check if we can see the video for a second, and then we'll go to the next part of the program.
What is the School Meals Coalition? It is a growing network of member states focused on one goal, ensuring that all children receive a nutritious meal in school by 2030. Partners, including UN agencies, NGOs, and academia, have also joined to support governments. How does the coalition work? As they join, governments issue national commitments, telling the world what they're hoping to achieve and how. The coalition helps them to implement these commitments. In a coalition, countries can connect with each other. Country-to-country exchanges generate learning and inspiration. The coalition is also working at the regional level, where countries are exchanging and establishing peer-to-peer groups. Partners can support the commitments made by governments. There are many others working together in the coalition. Municipalities play a crucial role in the programs and increasingly in the coalition. Lawmakers also help set priorities, assign budgets, recognize rights, and assure accountability. In a networked way, the School Meals Coalition breaks with the traditional logic of North and South, donor and recipient, and recognizes that every member and partner have something to contribute and to learn. The coalition has initiatives that work with governments and partners. They were set up to support countries with 3 challenges. Challenge 1, better evidence so countries can make better decisions. The Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition was hosted by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and connects researchers across the world. They are analyzing the impact of school meals, calculating the return on investment, and documenting best practice. Challenge 2, sustainable funding in low-income countries that struggle to reach the poorest children. The Sustainable Financing Initiative is hosted by the Education Development Center. It is helping countries to design financing plans for their programs and is working with donors on new financing solutions. Challenge 3, a better way to measure progress. The Data and Monitoring Initiative, hosted by WFP, is helping countries monitor progress and is establishing a global database for reporting. This rich ecosystem is supported by a small secretariat and a powerfully committed task force. Together, they create the conditions for this new form of multilateralism. That is, based on country solutions to global problems, grounded in evidence, and intent on breaking silos to make progress on some of the most important priorities of our time.
That's the coalition. Hopefully it made sense. We were trying to figure out how to communicate the use of, for example, the circles is on purpose. It's this issue of it's a system, it's a circle, it's an ecosystem that has been created to make the type of progress that we expect. Now, the coalition evolves, and it has already evolved today, and it will continue to move on during this meeting. We welcomed Brazil as the new co-chair of the coalition. This is a change that just happened a few minutes ago. We welcomed new countries, and then we will also discuss, as Brazil has already proposed, a new initiative that will be part of the new coalition umbrella. So what we expect out of this summit as well, that after the 2 days are over, the coalition will be again a new iteration, a new evolution of this big network that you are all creating. So now, just to end this initial opening segment that I hope has been quite powerful for you, we have a local leader of a local government of Africa. She has come from Ethiopia, and it's a very important guest for us because the role of leaders, the role of women in these programs is very important, but also the role of local governments. So we wanted to make sure that you heard from this other voice before we end this opening segment. Join me in welcoming the mayor of Addis Ababa, Mayor Abebe. Can you please join me on the stage? Please. So when we were planning this summit, I told my team we really need to have Mayor Abebe here, and we need to have her in the opening segment, because I had the pleasure to meet you when I visited Addis Ababa in March in the celebration of Africa Day of School Meals, and she took us around to schools to see what she has done with the Addis Ababa School Meals Program. It was a huge, very impressive work that she has done. We visited schools that were essentially green. There was not 1 inch of the school that did not have a garden, that did not have water systems, that had not thought about food waste, that had basically incorporated a lot of the concepts and a lot of the issues that we've already been discussing in this early part of the summit. So I'm very pleased that you've joined us, and thank you for joining me in this last conversation, in this last segment. Mayor, you were the first woman elected mayor of Addis Ababa. So as well, it's really important for us to highlight the role of leadership, the role of female leadership in this coalition, but also in the policies that really support children around the world. So can you tell us a little bit about your personal experience? We've heard today a lot of official statements, but we know that you're very personally connected to school meals. This comes from your childhood. It comes from the example of your parents, your experience when you were a child, that then connected to your leadership journey, taking you all the way to being mayor of Addis Ababa. Can you share with us a little bit today what motivates you from the very beginning of your life to get connected to this topic and fuels your passion for children and for school meals?
Excellency, ministers, distinguished guests, thank you very much for the opportunity to share my personal experience on this global summit. Allow me to speak about my background, as already asked. I'm the mayor of Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa is not only the capital of Ethiopia, it's also the political capital of Africa and the third diplomatic hub in the world. I began my career with serving as a primary school teacher and gone through various and diverse positions. I worked as Deputy Attorney General, as Secretary General of Ethiopian Parliament, as Minister for Ministry of Revenue, again, Attorney General of Federal Government, and now the Mayor of Addis Ababa City. It provides me invaluable opportunities to serve the community while shaping my personal passion for making a difference. My early experience as a child, as a school-age student, and later as school principal, exposed me to the unfortunate reality of many students lacking sufficient food during the day. This ignited my deep commitments to ensure the availability of foods for students using the people-centered government policy as an opportunity. There are two experiences among many that I wanted to highlight as they exemplify my journey toward human-centered development approaches focused on school and community feedings. By the way, we have also around 20 community feedings in Addis Ababa. One is my tenure as a managing director of the Local Development Association. One key initiative I led was the construction of boarding school, where nutritious meal were provided to students. As a result, these students achieved higher academic results as compared to those without access to nutritious food. Moreover, students are competent enough and winning many scholarship opportunities in the world. Second, the second is my experience as a mayor of Addis Ababa. I have impressed with the people-centered policy introduced by the Ethiopian government after the political reform. This, coupled with the encouragement and the direction of my esteemed Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed, has provided a great opportunity to execute the program. My city, Addis Ababa, is a rapidly growing city, both physically and economically. Being a mayor of such city poses challenges and opportunities that tests one's leadership capacity. Excellencies, among the various transformative agenda I have pursued, school feeding standards prior. As a result, dropouts reduced from 1.2% to 0.3%, and repetition reduced from 4.7% to 0.8% within the last 3 years. Moreover, the academic achievement performance have improved significantly, recognizing the vital role of nutrition in the child's growth and educational performance. The city administration of Addis Ababa allocated a specific budget. Each year, allocate billion of Ethiopian birr, providing healthy food for children. My administration has established feeding agency so that the program is institutionalized and sustainable. Additionally, our program contributes to broader agenda such as gender and youth empowerment. We have employed over 25,000 women directly and supported many youth indirectly. This initiative allows them to showcase their talents and even establish their own businesses, including urban agriculture. Today, the school feeding program in Addis Ababa is not just a project, but a testament to our leadership passion in action. By providing nutritious meal to more than 799,000 students twice a day, we ensure their physical well-being and enable effective learning process. The success of this program has led scale up throughout the national and regional states public school, benefiting more than 6.9 million students. Our feeding program is not only nourishing bodies, but also dreams, aspiration, and potentials. I believe that my personal experience from being a young girl working miles for education to become an advocate for school and community feedings has been transformative. This journey, so filled with different challenges, has been incredibly rewarding for me. I am very happy to be a part of this important coalition. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity. And we will be an advocate for school feeding, not only in Ethiopia, all over Africa, and we will continue working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you. And I have to recognize also that Addis Ababa is the first city that is also providing their first commitments to the coalition. So congratulations on that. And obviously, thanks to your leadership, that is a very important step forward for all of us, I think, in terms of example. We will close in a second. What I did want to say, and I think amplifying something that the mayor has mentioned, is I think we will hear that throughout the next day and a half, is the connection between the different sectors. The fact that this is not a silver bullet. This is not the only solution. It is not the only investment that is required, but it is an entry point. It is a really systemic platform that connects, as you mentioned, education, girls' education, nutrition, better diets, agriculture, social protection, social cohesion. We've heard a lot of the speakers this morning mention many of these words, connecting the different sectors together in one investment and in one platform. I think this is probably going to be one of the messages of the day and of the summit. And the other one is that this is, of course, needs to be part of an integrated set of policies that support children throughout their childhood. We need policies that support them in their earliest days of life, in the first 1,000 days of life. We need investments in education to make sure that when children come to school, there is an education there for them. And we need robust social protection systems that can help them and their families make sure that they are reaping the rewards of all this social investment. So there's I think another theme that you will hear throughout the day and a half is how can these particular policies be connected with the rest of the investments that governments are making for human capital, for local development, for sustainability, and those social investments that we heard from the President of Honduras that she's making such an important priority on. So I thank you, Mayor, for joining us. Thank all of us. And I think we give it over to you, George. You tell us what happens next. Thank you all.
Yes, indeed. Thank you to both of you. Mayor, I was really thrilled and touched by your story, and it's an inspiration. But it also reminded me of my time of going to school and why it was so important when we had that moment called the break. When the bell went, and then we had to go to a thing in the country where I grew up, the school, at the time, we didn't have school meals in the public schools I was attending. And what we did have were women who brought food, and they sold it on something which was called a shed. We called it the dining shed. That is where we went to have a little bit of food. And I can tell you that you also need that little kick this morning. You have been wonderful. You have been supportive. You have kept the patience and you've listened carefully. So I would like you for a round of applause to you, for you. Everybody who's in this hall and the hall below, thank you. On the clock, which is up, I can see it's 000, which means that we actually respected time. One more time, congratulations to everybody. So you have a coffee break right now, and we will be expecting you back in this hall and in the various halls where you're sat for the next sessions at 11:15. So you've got your 30 minutes. Congratulations. You may have met me.
Last year.
Thank you.
Marcus is my name.
Good to meet you. My name is Jonathan.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Je vais essayer de parler. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, ministers, representatives of various organizations, if we do have members of your delegation and of your team who have not made it back in here, then we are note to them that we are running late and the bell is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. Mesdames et messieurs, fin de la pause. Voilà la sonnerie, comme à l'école. C'est la reprise de classe. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mesdames et messieurs, merci beaucoup. Break time is over. Now I have to welcome you back here. I hope you enjoyed your break. And for those who may have missed the very beginning, I mentioned here that my duties for the next few days are as follows: Master of Ceremony, Facilitator, Moderator, Discipline Master, Timekeeper, School Principal, Head Teacher, and all of that. So I'm going to take one of those, my roles at this moment, and welcome you back as the Discipline Master to say, we did say we will have just 30 minutes of coffee break. We seem to have gone to 35, 36, 37 minutes. Now, we really must be able to manage that such that when it's time for lunch, we don't have it cut or reduced. In this part, I am being much more generous. Okay, now that I have everyone's attention, reminder, you've got on your seats, you've got equipment. If you need interpretation, you can use the equipment and choose the language of your choice so you can better understand when the speakers come on. We will now hear from governments worldwide who will showcase their national commitments and remarkable achievements, and some of whom sign new national commitments to the coalition. So we've got a panel here, and I would like us to welcome them. We have here the UAE, we have Libya, South Sudan, Somalia, and Japan. And they are all here to continue to share in terms of these bold commitments and the promise that we would bring about change for our future generations through this coalition. And it's not me who would be moderating this time around. I'll be turning that to someone with even higher rank than me. And that will be the minister from Finland, Minister Tavio, whom I would like to introduce and who will take over the moderation of this very important session. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you. Dear ministers, coalition members and partners, it's my great pleasure now to open the plenary one session from pledges into process national commitments in action. The session aims at showcasing the progress of the coalition's objectives through the national commitments as guiding instruments. The main principle of the coalition and the key reason for its success is the focus on country action. Indeed, without it, there is nothing. Without political will, investment and implementation in each country that is member of the coalition, there is no hope of progress. The same conclusions rose from a review initiated by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland earlier this year. The review was conducted by researchers from universities in Finland and Ethiopia to assess the impact of the Global School Meals Coalition. The review indicated several aspects which have contributed to the success of the coalition. One key element was the high-level commitment of leaders to the issue. Another one was combination of multi-stakeholder approach with an emphasis on country-led action. The review's main recommendation was to encourage all actors to continue to improve the quality and sustainable school meal programs, as well as strengthening the integration of local food producers to generate local economic growth. Keeping this encouragement in mind, in addition to what we have already heard thus far from our new members and partners, I look forward to hearing more of the strong country commitments in order to explain and expand and invest in school meals, making them available to all school children globally. I also look forward to hearing of the partners' announcements during these 2 days to launch or kickstart ambitious initiative connected to school meals. I hope for the ambitious action agenda aims to improve the quality of the programs. The coalition now has 29 countries that have submitted commitments which are the basis for all the work that is taking place, including the support countries are receiving from the partners. I already highlighted Finland's commitment in my opening words. We will continue our political, financial and technical support to the coalition work and to the improvement of school meals globally. We are very enthusiastic about the success achieved thus far and look forward to continuing to work together with you. We will now listen to some of the countries that will share their progress so far and countries that have just announced their national commitments as we move forward. So I welcome this first panel open, and I will moderate it together with Carmen Purbano.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister, for that. When we were designing this first panel, it was very important for us to make sure that we were putting the spotlight on countries that have been part of this discussion almost from the start. And what we wanted to know from them was, what have they achieved in the last 2 years? These are countries that joined the coalition that have something to share with you today in terms of progress. And I think the message of this main session, as Minister Tavio mentioned, is that the coalition isn't a lot of blah, 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 basically. This is not about just talk and no action. This is about governments and particularly leaders that have decided that this is a priority. And what we want to hear from them today is, what have they achieved, or what are they coming here to announce in terms of moving forward? So I'll start with Minister Almaheri. It's my great pleasure to have you here again. I have to say, she has been with us in almost all of the major milestones of the coalition. So I really thank you for your commitment. It's clear that you're making time for these events, and that also when you go back home, you go back, you figure out, what are you going to do? And I understand that you're here to tell us what in the last 2 years you've been doing also domestically for the coalition. What are your commitments?
Thank you so much, Carmen. I want to also thank Finland, France, and now Brazil, and the World Food Programme as well, for actually creating this coalition. So when we joined, let me tell you, it was such an inspiration and enlightenment to actually understand the power of what this platform is about. And as many have said in their speeches, it's not just about providing food, it's really so many other things. And so last year when we were in Finland and we were having a school meal at a Finnish school in Helsinki, I myself went back home and I started to look inwards in our own country, started to look at what are we actually providing our students, and especially in public schools to start off with. And you'll be pleased to know that the UAE School Meals Initiative has now been born because of the inspirations we've gotten from this family. And with that, we're actually going from 0 to 100% for providing free, nutritious meals for all public students at public schools in the next 2 years. So this is from the inspiration we've gotten here. And for us, this was really when we started to look a little bit more into the ecosystem that comes about when you provide such a meal. I mean, many have been mentioned already. So first of all, it's the nutrition. Second, you're influencing long-term behavior in all these students as well, which makes such a huge effect later on in their lives. Then, of course, the link of nutrition and education. I could provide a student with a great school, great teachers, but if they're not getting the nutrition, and we all know that, they can't absorb or take in that education. So enhancing educational quality and outcomes is so important. Then in the long run, when you look at a country and its economic returns, it's been shown by science and by the models that have been done and have been implemented that for every dollar spent on a school meal, you have $9 that you save. And these economic returns, when you look at health bills, if a person is not getting a good nutrition from the early part of their lives, later on, they have a risk of getting sicker, which means you've lost that person of actually giving you the economic returns. Plus, on top of that, you're paying their health bills. So that has been a huge impact to actually understand the economics of the School Meals Coalition. Then to go even further, you're creating a new market for your local farmers. And we've been looking at that as well. My local farmers in the UAE are always complaining. We're always having to compete against trade. And we have it, for us, the economic scale is not something we can reach. Now you're creating a market for them. And as Carmen also mentioned, the government procurement plays a huge role here. And this is where we have our hands on those procedures. So in the UAE School Meals Initiative, we're trying to also reach to at least 70% of certain food items to be sourced locally at public schools. Then increasing community-based job creation. Our aim is here as well to really look at how we can establish a quota that will see at least 30% of the workforce associated with this program from low-income communities surrounding schools. So that's another layer that we'll be looking at. So just looking at this, we're just touching the surface. And I think you all know that the first 1,000 days of any child is also really critical here. So we're also looking at the early school years as well. So before a child goes into school. And I know this is, most of you know about this, about stunting. It's so important that we look at that aspect as well. Now, the UAE, of course, these are the things we're doing locally. We also have, as you know, COP28 around the corner in exactly 43 days. And you will be pleased to know that I'm leading the COP28 food systems dialogue and transformations. And I know many of you here are in the room and have heard that we launched the COP28 food systems agenda in Rome at the UNF Food Systems Summit +2. And this agenda came upon just talking to all of you and understanding for us to actually have a real effect on food systems transformation. We need an agenda and we need political will. And this political will, we've now issued the Emirates Declaration on Resilient Food Systems, Sustainable Agriculture and Climate Action. I know it's a long name. This Emirates Declaration has been sent through the diplomatic channels yesterday. And so we'll be coming to all of you, and we really need you to come on board, because we've never been so far in the food systems dialogue before a COP. And linking school meals, which is such an incredible tool for food systems transformation, Aim for Climate, which we're doing with the US and 500 other partners. So this is for us such an important moment for food systems transformation. So please come on board on the Emirates Declaration. And of course, at COP28, you'll be pleased to know we have a food systems event happening on every day of the thematic days. And with the World Food Programme, on the Education Day, there will be a high-level segment for school meals on the Education Day. Also on the Education Day, we've got Rewired. This is by Dubai Cares, the UAE government, and Expo. Rewired is a great platform. As you know, they've been hosting many of you to their events, really linking school meals, nutrition, education, and they'll be really looking at things like food systems. And of course, they're looking at an innovative financing mechanism where they will make some announcements on that day. So there's so much going on. Carmen, I know I've exceeded. Just want to say we're really excited to seeing you all in Dubai in 43 days.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. And we knew that you were coming here to announce some really robust commitments, both domestically and internationally. And because I really wanted to hear from you, I actually forgot to mention to all of the panelists, Hennessy's here at the front. She's going to be telling us when we need to stop speaking. And when she raises that red thing, it means that we need to start to, the red one is basically time is up. But I forgot because I really wanted to hear from you. So let's move forward now to the Gambia. Minister Kola, your government has committed to improving the quality of the school meals program, and I think that's something that you share. Many governments here have the same objective. Can you tell us a little bit more about your progress on this? Where are you with this commitment? Why do I have the Gambia here? Sorry. So what am I doing here? South Sudan. Okay.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, how did I become Uganda representative? Thank you.
Sorry. My notes are telling me
Thank you so
something
much, Carmen. And I want to thank the government of France and Finland for organizing this important meeting, and the World Food Programme with the partners who, I think this is a very target goals in the process of how we can promote education. South Sudan, coming from a transition of war and implementing peace agreement, you can imagine how many children coming from different directions from where they were in refuge, and those who were at home, and establishing, from a scratch, a school and getting to education. We lost 2 generations that have never seen school. So we felt that it was important that we must have a legal framework that will help institutionalize this process, not just an ad hoc. So we developed a national strategy, which was initiated in 2019 as a policy that will guide the government of South Sudan to help promote education through a school meal. And I think a school meal has been one of the key that promote education. And all of us were children before we became adults. So I think we have now a 5-year for South Sudan, an outlook for a school meal program. We also transition from a school meal emergency intervention to a homegrown school feeding program, which had encouraging results in our country. We have seen how community linked to the education and in terms of getting the sourcing what they have produced and selling it to the school, and that it becomes a collective responsibility that community feels they are also, whatever they get, they are empowered economically, and particularly women farmers. And the homegrown has shown that it is much cheaper than importing food from outside. You buy from local area, and also it's the food they're used to eat, but mindful of the diet, the nutrition that it comes with it. So this is what South Sudan has looked like, and for us, we felt that the approach is the community-based school feeding models is more holistic and a voucher-based homegrown school feeding program. And in the realities of South Sudan, the places are different. We don't use the same products produced in the country, but they have, so the variety it enrich the program itself. So we are now with the Well Food Program. We signed a memorandum of understanding to develop a policy on a school feeding strategy and a program that will help South Sudan now institutionalize this. And we have piloted this in Eastern Equatoria, where there has been constant drought, and the results are very encouraging. We feel this is the way. If we are to cover everybody in the country, the population of the student, then we must promote the solution from within. A homegrown a school feeding program will do well in our country, as we have seen the result right now. So this is what I felt it is important that national policy for a school feeding is very key, and commitment of government to contribute into this. I was in a conference just recently in Northern Bahr el Ghazal, where the community leaders say, we will contribute. We will give food to our children to support education. So there will be contribution, but there will be also where we can buy food from our local farmers. But more importantly, I think we are here as a family because we have a goal to achieve, a target program of encouraging every child all over the world to go to school. And an empty stomach cannot listen to the teacher. So we must feed a child so that their attention is all given to their learning. So I feel that this movement is a very important movement and a very powerful voice that advocates for everybody in the state of a single country doing it on its own. So it is not a job of one country or one community. It is our collective responsibility to promote education. And the only pillar that can promote education rapidly, especially girl education, those who are left behind further, we must bring them aboard by providing a meal in the school so that they remain in the class. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. And my apologies for before. A little bit of a mix-up, but I want to acknowledge that the policy and the legal framework is so important to make sure that these programs are institutionalized. And so just congratulations on making that huge step in South Sudan. It's putting you on the right path. So congratulations.
I accept apology. We are neighbors with Uganda, no problem.
Minister Tavio, over to you.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Carmen. So I would like to hear from the Libya Minister Al-Maghrif. Your government has committed to sharply scale up school meals and policies to facilitate this. Can you tell us a little bit more about your progress?
Thank you. بداية يعني أتكلم اللغة العربية يعني إكسكوز. أولا الشكر لدولة فرنسا على استضافة هذا الحدث المهم، وأيضا لدولة فنلندا على الرئاسة والمبادرات الطيبة، والشكر لجميع الحضور. بداية تلتزم وزارة التربية والتعليم بدولة ليبيا وكممثل لحكومة الوحدة الوطنية بتطوير منظومة التعليم في ليبيا وتعزيز البيئة التعليمية. ولا شك تعزيز البيئة التعليمية وفق أحدث المعايير لا يتأتى إلا بالوجبات المدرسية لمختلف الطلاب مختلف شرائحهم، وعلى وجه الخصوص بالطلاب ذو الاحتياجات الخاصة، وكذلك في مختلف المدن الليبية سواء الحضرية أو النائية أو أيضا المناطق الحدودية. يشمل هذا الالتزام من الدولة الليبية ضمان التغذية المثالية لتعزيز النمو الفكري والجسدي للطلاب، وندرك الدور الأساسي اللي تلعب الوجبة المدرسية في تحقيق الأمن الغذائي والحماية المجتمعية والنمو الاقتصادي، وفي معالجة قضايا الجوع والفقر والمرض والعزلة الاجتماعية وعدم الاستقرار، وإدراكا للأثر الإيجابي والمهم للوجبات المدرسية، حيث تهدف هذه المبادرة إلى تعزيز برامج التغذية المدرسية على المستوى المحلي والعالمي بما يتماشى مع أهداف التنمية المستدامة 2030. في ليبيا أطلق البرنامج التغذية المدرسية لسنة 2021 بتكوين المطبخ المركزي في مدينة بنغازي وكذلك في مدينة تورغة بتغذية أكثر من 40 تلميذ وطالب، وحيث كان المطبخ كما تعلمون مدينة تورغة يعني تحتاج إلى الدعم كما تعلمون للوضع اللي هي مرت به الدولة الليبية. وكذلك يعني حاولنا قدر الإمكان أن يكون هناك أيضا مطبخ في مناطق الجنوب الشرقي، وبالفعل أطلقت مطبخ وتم تغذية 20,000 تلميذ بالتعاون مع البرنامج الغذاء العالمي. حقيقة يعني هذا البرنامج كان يطلق هذا العام، إلا أن ما حدث في مدينة درنا وفقد أكثر من 20,000 شخص ودمرت العديد من المؤسسات التعليمية، اتجهت الأنظار إلى مدينة درنا ويكون هناك فيها مطبخ مركزي بالتعاون مع البرنامج الغذاء العالمي لتغذية أكثر من 20,000 تلميذ بعام 2024 لهذا العام الدراسي. تطمح ليبيا في إنشاء مطبخ مركزي بما يتواجب مع يعني يتناسب مع الكثافة الطلابية في مناطق ليبيا، وكذلك أيضا المقاصف المدرسية، كما تقوم أيضا من باب الجودة وإطلاق هذا البرنامج بشكله الصحيح ومحافظة على استدامته. تقوم الوزارة بدراسة وإجراء الأبحاث مع الجهات صاحبة المصلحة كجهات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والأكاديمية المعنية بالغذاء المدرسي أيضا، وتبحث على استراتيجية مناسبة وآلية مناسبة لتوفير وجبات مدرسية صحية مستدامة تعتمد بشكل مباشر على المنتجات المحلية وكذلك الصناعية. أيضا حافظنا على إطلاق هذا البرنامج في التجمعات سواء كانت تجمعات صغيرة أو تجمعات كبيرة، والتابعة لوزارة التربية والتعليم مع برنامج الغذاء العالمي في وضع أسس وآليات معينة للملكية الوطنية لمشروع التغذية المدرسية عبر إقامة ورش وتدريب الكوادر الوطنية على تنفيذ برنامج التغذية المدرسية، وذلك لتحسين جودة البرامج وضمان الاستدامة والشمولية للبرنامج لكل الشرائح المستهدفة في كافة البلاد. أما بخصوص التمويل هذا المشروع والمحافظة على استدامته، نجحت وزارة التربية والتعليم في الضغط والعمل مع الجهة التشريعية بالدولة الليبية، وتم تخصيص مبلغ وقدره 200 مليون دينار ليبي ضمن الميزانية 2023 لصالح برنامج التغذية المدرسية، إلا أن حقيقة يعني الانقسام السياسي الحاصل في ليبيا تعثر إحالة هذا المبلغ إلى وزارة التربية والتعليم بتنفيذ هذا البرنامج، وفي إطار أن يكون يعني هناك يعني استقرار وتكون هناك يعني حكومة تضم كافة البلاد. كوزارة التربية والتعليم حقيقة يعني أولينا اهتمامنا ونجحنا في هذا الاعتماد في هذا المبلغ، وبإذن الله تعالى سوف نسعى لتسهيله لصالح وزارة التربية والتعليم بحكومة الوحدة الوطنية ليكون ضمن مخصصات التغذية المدرسية. أيضا بالإضافة لذلك بالإطار الاهتمام وزارة التربية والتعليم بالتغذية المدرسية، تم إدراج ضمن الهيكل التنظيمي للمؤسسات التعليمية بمسمى أخصائي تغذية ضمن الهيكل المؤسسات التعليمية. طبعا أسندت إليه العديد من المهام ذات الصلة بالتغذية المدرسية كمتابعة سلامة التغذية المقدمة في المدارس، ومتابعة مدى الالتزام باللوائح التنظيمية للمقاصف المدرسية، وأيضا وإقامة المحاضرات والنقاشات التوعوية والتثقيفية حول الغذاء الصحي على صعيد أيضا لكافة المؤسسات التعليمية، باعتبار أن لدى الدولة الليبية حوالي 6600 مؤسسة تعليمية. just one minute. طبعا في الختام حقيقة كوزارة التربية والتعليم وجودنا في هذا الحدث هو مهم جدا جدا. نشكر فيه كل المستضيفين، وكذلك يعني نتمنى أن ينجح الغذاء العالمي على مستوى العالم، بحيث أن يكون التلميذ والطالب متحصل على الوجبة الكافية، وأيضا مظلة اجتماعية واحدة لكل التلاميذ. نشكر الجميع ومتأسف للوقت يعني. شكرا.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister.
Nice to hear from the Libya process. So thank you, Mr. Al-Bakri.
Okay, so now we go to our left, to Somalia. Minister Mustafa, welcome. And your government has not only issued commitments, but you have actually done something to move it forward, and you've coordinated a mechanism to move that forward. Tell us a little bit about what has happened. I understand it's quite recent as well.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Mr. Tavio. Thank you, France and Finland, for hosting such a very important platform for our children around the world. It's my very pleasure to be here, represent federal government of Somalia. Before I go the answer of the question, I will just give you a quick brief about the educational status of Somalia. Somalia's population is around 17 million. Approximately 8.5 million are at the age of school children. Also 75% of the population are at the age of youth between 35 and 30. Out of that 7.5 million, only 1.7 million children are going to school. 4 million children are out of school in Somalia. Why I have tell you this history? This is because we emphasize access more than anything else. In order to increase the access of our children, we have made everything that we can to commit to go our children to school. We have increased the number of teachers that we have in this year. We have added more 3,000 teachers to our payroll in order to increase the access of education. There are some issues that are hindering the access of education, including climate change, including resource, including the liberated areas. In terms of the commitment that we have been made in the school coalition, we have made 2021 our commitment. We did not sit. We tried to engage all of the parties of the government to be part of this commitment. We collaborated with the ministries that are to be part of the school meal in the federal government of Somalia. We made a roundtable discussion with the federal minister, the Minister of Finance, of course, which is in charge with the budget, Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation, who are in charge of the farming and local market of the domestic product of Somalia, and Minister of Education also. At that roundtable discussion, the three ministries have been made a specific commitment to support this agenda forward, including developing a roadmap for the establishment of a school meals program that allocating a contribution from national budget to school feeding program, which will be, we hope, and we are committed to add for the next fiscal year. Second, strengthening the linkage with the local procurement from smallholder farmers to strengthen agricultural sector and promote economic growth, which is a very big agenda in the country. And also continuing to build partnership to support national school feeding programs. What else that we have done was making sure that we have national school feeding policy, which have been validated and disseminated by the cabinet. And we hope that it will be a starting point for our children. School feeding, we see in Somalia as a motivation, not for school retention, but for making increase the access of our children, number of our children who are going to school. And of course, we need the collaboration from the donors, from the countries, as well as from everyone that's dreaming to increase the number of our children who are going to school, our children, our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think what's also quite interesting from the Somalia experience is that connection between the different sectors, bringing together the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Education, together to see how this program is scaled up. And the other really important commitment that I think you'll hear a lot as well during the next year and day and a half is this issue of domestic commitments, budgets. And it's really about how does that fiscal space and how that budget starts growing so that governments can increase the scale of the program, particularly given the challenges you have on education. We go now to Japan. Vice Minister, welcome. Vice Minister Osaka. Japan has committed to providing school meals through your Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. So the question to you is, tell us a little bit about those commitments that were made. What are they about?
ありがとうございます。日本語で失礼させていただきます。まずはこの会議を開催をしていただきましたこと、マクロン大統領をはじめ、関係者の皆様に心から感謝を申し上げます。今、ご質問もいただきました。ありがとうございます。私どもに日本国際協力機構という JICA という組織が日本にあります。この JICA と、そして日本政府の取り組みについて、4点お話をさせていただければと思います。まず、日本は学校給食はもう教育の一環である、このように捉えて、1954年、これ法律を作りまして進めてまいりました。そして、日本のほぼすべての小学校、中学校の子どもたちには 100% 給食を与えることができています。そしてもう一つ、食と栄養、食べることと栄養がどれほど重要なのか、 食育と日本では言いますけども、この食育の推進も今行っているところであります。この経験をもとに、今、世界に対して様々な支援をしていること、お話をさせていただきます。まず、一つ目、4つお話ししますが、その一つ目、地産地消型の給食、これを広めようというふうに思っています。その土地の農家で採れたお米、これを給食で使うような取り組みを今、シオラレオナという国で、シオラレオナで今、支援をしているところであります。WFP の協力もいただいておりますが、こういった地産地消型の給食を広めること、まず1点進めています。そして2つ目、相手の希望がありましたら、私たち日本のノウハウ、これを共有していこうというふうに思っています。今現在、マレーシア、モンゴル、バングラデシュ、ナイジェリア、この視察団がWFP の協力も得て、日本に来て、日本の給食システムを今、視察していただきました。こういったノウハウを世界中に共有していきたいと思っておりますし、また、マレーシアでは、給食フレームワーク、こういったものも作りまして、ASEAN 諸国に今広めているところであります。そして3つ目なんですけども、学校給食を食べる前の段階、母親として、子供の妊娠から出産から、そして学校に行かせるまで、この期間にいかに食、栄養の大切さ、これを教えることが必要であるか、こういったことに課題を持ちまして、今世界中で母子健康手帳、子どもの成長、こういったものを記録する母子健康手帳というものを作って、今進めているところであります。そして最後の4つ目なんですけども、学校教育への国際的な注目、これを高めることが必要だというふうに思っています。先日 G7 のサミットが日本の広島でありました。このコミュニケでもこの学校給食の大切さ、もうまさにセーフティーネットになりますから、こういった学校給食の大切さを世界中に発信するようコミュニケも出しました。このように4点、今コミットをさせていただいて、日本の役割を果たしていきたいというふうに思っております。ともかく2030年までに全ての子どもたちに栄養価のある、そしてまた健康的な給食を全ての子どもたちにあげられるように、日本も頑張っていきたいと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And we very much thank, I think, the leadership that Japan has shown as president of the G7, acknowledging also that there is a mention of school meals in the leaders communique and in the agriculture communique. So we very much welcome Japan's work in making sure that this is at the top of the agenda globally. All right, so this session, as we mentioned, we invited these leaders to share with us what's happening in their countries, what progress has been made. The second part of this session is about countries that are making new commitments. As you saw in the video, and as I mentioned in my speech earlier, the core of the coalition is countries making these commitments. It is through those commitments that partners support, that they gather different pieces of the government and start working on how do we move forward on those commitments. This is how technical assistance is arriving, and how hopefully in a couple of years we hear from these countries back on where they are with those commitments, and we hold each other accountable. So I want to thank our panelists for now for joining us, and I think you follow our colleague Niamh, who is over there. If you can just please go back to your seats, while the minister and I will welcome new countries that are going to be making new commitments to the coalition. Thank you so much, Minister. Thank you. This way. Okay, that way. Thank you, Minister. All right, so we start, Minister, with our commitment ceremony as well. We have several countries that are here in this summit, and they've been waiting for a few weeks actually to announce their commitments in the meeting. I want to start, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to make a mistake again, with the government of Sri Lanka. If please you can come up on the stage, you can join us here. Please give your commitment to the minister. Yes, okay. No, come here. Come, perhaps here. I don't know if maybe we take a picture. No, where's Rain? Echo. Yes. First commitment making country, Sri Lanka. There we go. Okay. So, Minister, I think the question very briefly is, can you tell us a little bit about your commitments and what you're telling us today?
Yes, in Sri Lanka, you find 10,135 public schools and about 300 international schools and 110 private schools. So all 10,135 schools, we have 4.1 million student population, primary, junior secondary, and senior secondary. So primary section, we have 1.6 million student population. So at the moment, government is committed, and then through national yearly national budget, we allocate $61 million. And at the moment, we provide 1 million students midday meal. So we are planning to increase it up to 1.6, covering all primary students.
From 1 million to 1.6 million.
6 million by 2024. And then by 2030, covering 4.1 million all public school students, increasing up to $204 million, 61 to 204 by 2030.
$204 million.
Yes. And then apart from that, at the moment, we are being supported by World Food Program, USAID, and corporate sector in the country, and some NGOs. So we are getting their support also. And not only that, of course, we have taken a policy decision, and the draft has already been done by the Legal Draftment Department to introduce a new act, that is State School Nutrition Supported Fund, to be established by beginning of next year.
So dedicated resources from the national budget.
That's right. And the salient features in Sri Lanka for the last 76 years, from grade 1 to first degree, the education is free. We distribute free textbooks from grade 1 to 12, and free distribution of uniform materials for all the students of 4.1 million. With all these constraints, the government is committed still to provide midday meal. And then we have advised, we have a health policy for students, because in Sri Lanka, our education administrative structure is parallel to the health ministry structure. So at the provincial level, the regional level, and the divisional level. So we have the system to coordinate the health authorities and the education authorities. So every year for primary students, we have a health screening. So then we measure their height, their weight, and we know exactly what are the areas, vulnerable areas where we need more attention.
Right.
So like that, of course, then we are going forward, and then we are committed as the government to provide that. And then in Sri Lanka, our literacy rate is at the moment 93%. The enrollment rate at the grade 1 by completion of 5 years is almost 99%, except the students need special education. All other students are enrolled to the schools at the age of 5. And then the primary completion rate was the same. Only at the 15 years over the GCO level, you find 3 to 8% dropouts.
Okay, so great progress from Sri Lanka, but also I just want to acknowledge the commitment to achieve universal coverage of the school meals program by 2030. I understood correctly?
Definitely.
Thank you so much, Minister. Really, applause. Thank you very much. I think he goes, okay. Okay, now we welcome Armenia with their commitments. Please join us. Deputy Minister, very welcome. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Are those your commitments? Yes, there you go. Okay, so I think the question for you is the same. What commitments, what are you telling us today? What are you planning to do?
Thank you very much. First, it's my utmost pleasure to be here for the first summit for the World Food Coalition, for the Meal Coalition. I want to provide two major highlights. First, it's about the numbers. I can proudly say that from July 2023, this year, we already provide healthy, nutritious food to all elementary school grade children in all 10 regions of Armenia. And Armenia has only 10 regions, plus the capital Yerevan, which is like 1/3 of the entire population, where still it's pending and it's in our plans till 2030 to make sure they will also, the elementary school children will get nutritious food in Yerevan too. And one other thing I want to bring here is that from that program actually in Armenia started back in 2010 with WFP, World Food Program. And together every single year there was a nice scheme that one region was being transferred to the national program, through which now the transfer is already fully done. But thanks to WFP, together we have a body that supervises, coordinates the entire process so that we make sure the institutionalization of the project and adaptability of the project. And if I may, just to say 2 words about the adaptability.
Yeah, just one question. You mentioned that the transfer from the WFP operated program to the Armenian government is complete. When was that completed?
It was completed this year.
This year.
This year.
So this is part of your announcements as well. Full national ownership of the Armenia School Meals Program. Okay.
Exactly, but having WFP on board and still helping us, because the plans are ambitious until 2030, as I said. We want to expand the program for it to embrace also Yerevan, the capital city. And B, to make sure that also the middle and high school kids, through the diverse like co-funding mechanisms, and schemes, they will also have access to nutritious food. And eventually one highlight just to bring about, and I think that would be interesting for our for other countries, is the adaptability of the system, so that we try to have more locally local berries, like fruits or vegetables, part of the nutritious program. B, we like the cooks who were like at the beginning, originally they were just getting symbolic salaries. Now they are part of the regular educational staff. The third important highlight is that the educational programs are adjusted, and healthy lifestyle and similar topics, they are part of the like overall education curriculum. And finally, we have this agency that is kind of run equally by us and by the WFP, and make sure that all these processes are run smoothly. And I think this ensures this adaptability and flexibility, that we are also able to handle like crisis type of things. I'm sure most here are aware that we got in September, less than a month ago, we got like over 100,000 refugees from Nagorno-Karabakh due to the Azerbaijani recent aggression, and 21,000 of these are school-age children. 2/3 are enrolled, which means that they will get equally all the benefits that we provide to all other kids.
Thank you so much, Minister. Another huge achievement, big commitment. Yes. Those are the commitments for the coalition. Thank you so much, Minister, Deputy Minister. Now we welcome Tajikistan. Welcome, Deputy Minister. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Again, I think the question is exactly the same for you. You are coming with commitments. I think you need. You're going to give this to the minister, right? Those commitments. Yes. There you go. Officially. Tell us what your commitments are.
Ваше превосходительство, уважаемый господин Вилитавио и госпожа Кармен.
There we go.
В 2022 году правительством Республики Таджикистан утверждена государственная программа развития школьного питания на 2022-2027 году с целью внедрения эффективного механизма обеспечения продовольственной безопасности и создания благоприятных условий для поддержания и укрепления здорового населения, укрепление здоровья детей, обеспечение продовольственной безопасности, улучшение учащихся в процессе обучения, совершенствование результатов обучения за счет устойчивого развития школьного питания. В 2022 году правительством Республики Таджикистан было начато финансирование школьного питания учащихся начальных классов из государственного бюджета, суммы, которые за 2 года составила более $1 миллион, с ежегодным увеличением количества школ и бенефициаров. Хочу поделиться с вами хорошей новостью. В следующем году Министерство образования и науки Республики Таджикистан планирует увеличить бюджет на школьное питание в 2 раза, почти на 100%. Республика Таджикистан объявляет о следующих обязательствах по достижению своих целей. Ежегодно увеличивает бюджет на школьное питание и повысит эффективность системы школьного питания, обеспечение доступности и увеличение охвата учащихся начальных классов горячим питанием с достижением более 50% к 2027 году. Это около 2000 школ. И, конечно, мы продолжаем наши усилия для достижения 100% охвата в скорейшем времени. Модернизация, ремонт и технологическая реконструкция школьных столовых, развитие современной производственной и логистической инфраструктуры для достижения 100% охвата к концу 2022 года. Это позволит расширить программу школьного питания по всей стране. Этим самым обеспечит полноценное и здоровое питание примерно 500 000 учащихся начальных классов, снизит уровень заболеваемости учащихся, особенно хроническими заболеваниями, и укрепления здоровья посредством обеспечения горячим питанием и формирования культурных здорового питания, повысит уровень защиты от внутренних и внешних угроз и обеспечения продовольственной безопасности. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you so much for this very impressive commitments and the doubling of the budget this year. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Minister. Burundi now. We will hear from Burundi commitments. We welcome the Secretary of the Office of the First Lady of Burundi. Please join us. I can see those commitments in your hand. Really good. Good news. The Minister is collecting quite a dossier there. Tell us, what are the news?
Let me express in French.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't need to.
Okay, thank you. Le Burundi s'est engagé à promouvoir le programme des cantines scolaires et cela se traduit déjà dans la politique nationale d'alimentation scolaire qui a été adoptée en 2018. Et depuis cette année, plusieurs actions ont été mises en œuvre et sont déjà en cours. Mais pour ce qui est de nouveaux engagements que le Burundi vient de prendre à travers le ministère de l'Éducation nationale et de la recherche scientifique qui met en œuvre ce programme en appui avec le PAM. Permettez-moi de vous partager quelques-uns comme vous l'avez sollicité. Le Burundi s'engage à poursuivre graduellement la couverture universelle pour les écoles ayant le cycle préscolaire et fondamental pour passer de 24% actuellement à 50% en 2027 et à 100% d'ici 2032.
Okay.
Et
universal coverage very soon.
Et pour y arriver, le gouvernement prévoit d'augmenter progressivement le budget annuel alloué à ce programme. Et à titre illustratif, pour le budget de cette année, le gouvernement a revu son montant de 2,5 millions de dollars à 4,5 millions de dollars pour cette année.
So it's almost double.
Et le gouvernement compte également améliorer la mise en œuvre de ce programme à travers une mise à l'échelle des achats locaux décentralisés auprès des coopératives et de petits agriculteurs et des unités de transformation, et ce qui va contribuer énormément au développement communautaire. Et ce n'est pas seulement ça. On compte également à travers l'année scolaire prochaine, 2023-2024, et introduire le petit déjeuner au niveau des écoles à cantine scolaire, en plus du déjeuner.
So two meals a day from this school year that comes.
Yes, à partir donc de l'année prochaine. Et permettez-moi également de montrer l'engagement personnel de son Excellence Angéline Ndayishimiye, première dame du pays, qui a accepté volontairement d'être marraine de ce programme au niveau du pays. Et depuis plus de 2 ans, elle mène des actions de mobilisation et de sensibilisation de tous les intervenants, mais aussi de plaidoyer. Et je peux citer, entre autres, des voyages et d'échanges d'expériences qu'elle a dirigés au Bénin et au Sénégal, avec les ministres de l'Éducation, de l'Agriculture et de la Santé, mais aussi déjà pour montrer également la complémentarité, la multisectorialité et pour ce programme, mais aussi des actions de sensibilisation au niveau local.
She has been instrumental. She has really been at the center of the efforts in Burundi.
Ah oui, 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 yes. Et enfin, le plaidoyer aussi au niveau international, qui a pu apporter également de nouveaux partenaires à ce programme. Et là, je peux citer même les États-Unis à travers son programme McGovern du département d'agriculture, qui a rejoint donc ce programme et d'autres partenaires qui appuient son programme.
Thank you so much. Partners and huge commitments with tangible targets. So we'll see you in 2 years and see where Burundi is. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now we have Lebanon. Please join us up on the stage. Director Kuri. Commitments for the minister. There we go. Tell us, what are your commitments here today?
Donc, tout d'abord, permettez-moi de vous dire que je suis ravie vraiment d'être parmi vous et de participer à cette conférence qui peut vraiment marquer une étape importante dans l'engagement de notre ministère de l'Éducation envers l'amélioration du programme scolaire. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez, mais les enfants au Liban endurent de plus en plus une crise multidimensionnelle. Donc, commençons tout d'abord par l'explosion à Beyrouth, passant par la pandémie de COVID, pour arriver enfin à une crise socio-économique très sévère. Donc, la situation du système éducatif n'est pas vraiment facile. Qu'est-ce que nous avons fait depuis 2001? On a commencé déjà le programme de l'alimentation scolaire. En 2010, on avait presque 10 000, mais maintenant, c'est 110 000, c'est-à-dire presque 12% de la population. Ce qui est bien, mais nous comptons en 2030, c'est de couvrir tous les élèves du secteur public et une grande partie du secteur privé dans les régions vulnérables.
So quite an expansion.
Oui.
Until 2030.
Yes, we should make it.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you so much.
Merci.
Thank you. And we have Luxembourg. Thank you so much for joining us. Director Ginter. Thank you for coming. And there you go. Minister is amassing quite a bit of commitments from all the countries. Tell us, what are you committing to today?
Bon, tout d'abord, j'essaye d'être bref parce que, étant le dernier intervenant avant la pause midi, je ne vais pas parler trop longtemps. Donc, le Luxembourg vient de lancer une nouvelle stratégie. Cette stratégie qui s'appelle Supply for Future, elle vise à augmenter l'utilisation de produits locaux jusqu'en 2025 à 50%. L'utilisation de produits à base de biologie à 40% et également proposer des plats aux élèves à base végétale à 50%. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on souhaite réaliser cet objectif ou implanter cette stratégie? Le Luxembourg vient de mettre en place une plateforme digitale, tout en respectant la législation européenne sur les marchés publics. Cette plateforme permet aux agriculteurs et aux fournisseurs de travailler directement ensemble avec les cantines scolaires et ainsi de minimiser les distances entre les cantines et la production et tenir les distances à 10 jusqu'à 0 km. Ceci réduit évidemment également le gaspillage alimentaire et la réduction de la pollution plastique. Et on souhaite proposer des plats à tous les élèves du Luxembourg gratuitement et ceci dès que possible.
Thank you so much, because you have provided an example, I think, of a lot of the conversations that we'll have in the next few days. Tomorrow, there's a session specifically dedicated to food systems and the issue of food waste, the issue of shortening supply chains, all of that is going to come up. So thank you so much to Luxembourg for showing us the way. And we hope that we can see the results of all of those efforts in a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have quite a bit of commitments, Minister, to put in the archives of the coalition. Just before we close, and I'm sure you wanna make sure that we have the main messages of the session. A lot of countries and a lot of partners ask me, what do we do with these commitments? Who holds these governments accountable? What is happening afterwards? My answer always is the accountability lies with all of you. The coalition is a voluntary mechanism through which the countries join, and also a voluntary mechanism of making of the commitments. So the point is that those commitments that are being made today, there are partners here as part of the ecosystem of the coalition that support these governments to achieve those commitments. And then it is also up to each and every one of us, and specifically the leaders in the room, to make sure that they are achieved. So thank you very much for co-moderating this with me, Minister. Take us home, finish the session for us.
Okay, thank you for the commitments. And Luxembourg, 0 kilometers that's pretty close. Even in my mathematics, even though us lawyers are bad in mathematics. But hey, I wish to thank all the speakers and applaud them for their countries and institutions' commitments and engagements. As we come to close, I call on all countries to join us and issue national commitments to expand and invest in the school meal programs, making them available for school children globally. As we know, the target to reach is about 720 million primary school age children worldwide, and with the current reach of 480 million, there remains lots of work to be done. So let me close this plenary session 1, and thank you all for the active engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much, Carmen. And it was magnificent, I would say. When you hear so much commitment coming from leadership, that's the sort of feeling we want. And if you remember Carmen's storytelling, one of the things she said was that the coalition is not another bureaucracy. It is not another organization that has been created. It is people and institutions coming together to work towards progress. And this is what we're hearing here. And so thank you to all of the governments. Thank you to the people and the peoples from these various countries for making this commitment. And thanks to the institutions who are here. So on behalf of the School Meals Coalition, I'd want again to recognize the efforts of the various countries and members and partners. And thank you, Excellencies, ministers. We have ambassadors, representatives from various countries, but also representatives of international organizations. And talking about international organizations and United Nations agencies, throughout this session, we had with us here the Executive Director of the World Food Programme, whom I want to recognize again for our presence here, Cindy McCain, who has been listening to all of these commitments, but also the fact that a lot of this work is being done in partnership with the organization that she leads. That's the World Food Programme. Now, I want again for us all to have a round of applause to us all, particularly those who are here. Please, a round of applause. And there is a very good reason for it. This is now, I'm now in my role as the school principal, the head teacher. And it's to say that they scored A grade on timing. Congratulations to all of you. It was A grade on timing, so we are on time for everything. In fact, we do have spare time. And so as we heard from Mr. Christian Ginter, the director from the ministry in Luxembourg, you don't want to talk too much when it's about time to go for food, isn't it? And that's why, and we're here talking about school meals, so we don't want to waste a lot of time. But I do want to give you some guidance. Lunch will be served where we had the coffee break here, but I also want to indicate that we're also going to have a buffet downstairs where we had our participants in the rooms. Now, this is to make sure that things are easy. You know, we do not want us all to queue up here and make places and make it so difficult for movement, and then we drag and delay. Then it will become my problem that you are late for the afternoon session. So with the organizers, we were smart to think that for ease and comfort, there should be a buffet downstairs, which you can move, choose where you want to go, and so that it makes it easy. That being said, I would like to inform you that you've got, how many minutes? Should I be kind to you in terms of lunch? Should I? Thank you. So you see, that's encouragement for me to be kind. 90 minutes of lunch, a full football match, if you want to watch it. 90 minutes of lunch, and we'll get back here at exactly 2:15, 14:15. Il faut qu'on soit précis, qu'on rentre ici et qu'on recommence, parce que, comme vous le voyez, c'est vraiment quelque chose de génial de partager et de parler de l'alimentation scolaire. Bon appétit.
Oui. D'accord, super. Vous allez pas prendre la parole après, de là-bas?
Non, après, je vais les laisser.
Vous allez laisser?
Et je reviens vers la fin de cette séquence.
D'accord.
The school bell is gone, and we are therefore waiting for the rest of our class to gather. Mesdames et messieurs, ministres, délégués, représentants, j'espère que vous avez eu le déjeuner que vous avez voulu avoir. Et donc, nous sommes de retour ici, le temps d'avoir tout le monde. The bell goes out again for another call. You can see that we want to be punctual and early to class. While we are waiting so that we hit exactly the right time, I would like to recognize the work of our interpreters. Please, just a round of applause for the interpreters. They're enabling us to be able to communicate very well today at this gathering and as well tomorrow. So it's important to recognize the work that they do. And I'm counting down with the clock that is just right in front of me, such that I will begin exactly at 14:15, 14:15, as we promised ourselves. And we will do that. And so here we go. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. I would kindly ask everyone to return to their seats such that we can begin with this second plenary session. And this one is about the fact that the coalition is emerging in a way that we're seeing regional networks building as well, coming together. And that's very important because it needs ownership. It shouldn't be something that comes from some group of people from some part of the world, but it's something that is part of us all. So before I introduce the panel that's going to discuss this and have a conversation on this, I would like to indicate that we have been hearing very uplifting commitments since this morning, coming from various countries and various partners talking about what they're doing. Now, there are even more of those who could have come up here to make their commitments, but then we have to keep it tight. And so unfortunately, they were not able to share it directly, but I would want to recognize here that we've got very detailed commitments and serious commitments to the coalition, but also to school meals from Bangladesh, from Senegal, from Lesotho, and Iraq. I would just plead for a round of applause for those countries for making those commitments. And now I'm really excited to introduce the next session, during which we will learn about how the regional bodies and their respective countries are taking this initiative to the next level. And so we will see how they're going to help improve the quality and the scale of school meals programs in the various regions and also in those countries. So I would want to indicate to you that on this panel this time, we have representatives from the African Union, ECOWAS, which is the regional body from West Africa. We have Rwanda, Togo, and Spain, and also from Nigeria. They are all here as the panelists today. Now, I will leave this for this moment for us to have an opening remark from those who are present here. And it will be coming from one of the co-chairs, and that will be from Brazil. And it is my pleasure to invite the representative from Brazil to take the floor at this moment and relieve me of this very serious duty of being the moderator to take over at this stage. But first, your statement, madam.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Cumprimento o senhor Cardona Erazo, ministro de Educação de Honduras, que irá moderar este debate. Representando todos os meus colegas do painel, recebam todos o meu abraço e cumprimento especial. Cumprimento aqui também a nossa embaixadora, nossa líder do Brasil nessa delegação, nossa embaixadora Maria Laura. Em nome do presidente Lula, agradeço o honroso convite para participar desta sessão plenária e, como nosso presidente, eu acredito firmemente que não existe educação de qualidade sem alimentação adequada. A luta pela erradicação da fome e a promoção da segurança alimentar é central para superarmos a histórica desigualdade social do mundo e promovermos o direito humano à vida digna. Por isso, precisamos expandir e aprimorar os programas de alimentação escolar em todo o mundo. O governo brasileiro entende que a implementação de políticas de alimentação escolar é uma das principais estratégias para o alcance da segurança alimentar e nutricional de estudantes em todo o mundo. Contem com os nossos esforços, agora como co-presidentes desta coalizão, para alcançarmos nossa meta global de garantir que todas as crianças de escolas primárias recebam refeições escolares saudáveis até 2030. Em 2022, 33 milhões de brasileiros não tinham suas necessidades alimentares básicas atendidas, ou seja, passavam fome. Nesse contexto, a alimentação escolar se tornou ainda mais relevante em nosso país. Para o Brasil, sistemas alimentares eficientes, sustentáveis e resilientes são fundamentais para a garantia do direito humano à alimentação adequada e para o fornecimento de alimentos saudáveis, a preços acessíveis e em quantidades adequadas para toda a população. O Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, que tenho orgulho de ter sob o portfólio do órgão que presido, o Fundo Nacional de Desenvolvimento da Educação, é uma referência internacional de política pública intersetorial, de educação, de segurança alimentar e nutricional e de desenvolvimento local sustentável. No Brasil, a alimentação escolar é um direito garantido constitucionalmente, com recursos financeiros previstos no orçamento anual do Ministério da Educação, gratuito e universal, para 40 milhões de estudantes todos os dias. Os recursos do governo federal destinados à alimentação e nutrição escolar consideram de forma concreta que a qualidade da educação das nossas crianças depende da alimentação que elas recebam em uma escola. Um aluno alimentado aprende mais e faz mais para superar a desnutrição e a insegurança alimentar. Como a nossa secretária-geral de Relações Exteriores recordou em seu discurso no segmento de abertura, depois de 5 anos sem correção, os valores repassados pelo governo federal este ano foram reajustados em quase 40%. A alimentação escolar é uma alavanca de transformação do sistema alimentar em direção à sustentabilidade. No Brasil, aprovamos uma lei desde 2009 que determina que no mínimo 30% dos recursos financeiros sejam utilizados na aquisição de alimentos produzidos pela agricultura familiar. Isso promove um maior consumo de alimentos da sociobiodiversidade e da cultura alimentar local. Outra área de atuação que tem sido bastante estratégica para os projetos de cooperação internacional fala com um legado de trabalho mútuo e de aprendizado compartilhado e que é motivo pelo qual nós propomos à coalizão uma nova iniciativa em cooperação internacional urgente e necessária para efetivamente expandirmos e aprimorarmos os programas de alimentação escolar em todo o mundo. O governo brasileiro tem hoje parcerias estabelecidas com mais de 80 países, com o apoio, sobretudo, da FAO e do Programa Mundial de Alimentos. Além de aprendermos com as experiências de outros países, muito nos alegra que um programa de alimentação escolar seja iniciado ou fortalecido em outro país. Pelo projeto Brasil FAO, foi criada a Rede de Alimentação Escolar Sustentável, RAIS, na América Latina e Caribe, pela qual 24 países da região têm tido a oportunidade de aprofundar a troca de conhecimentos. Já pelo programa PMA Brasil, pelo menos 42 países estiveram no Brasil para conhecer em loco o funcionamento do nosso programa. Na Rede de Alimentação Escolar Sustentável, na RAIS, refletimos sobre nossas identidades regionais e culturais, que em suas multiplicidades nos levam a buscar aquilo que nos une e nos fortalece. A cooperação técnica internacional brasileira é pautada nos princípios da colaboração, da horizontalidade e do respeito à soberania dos países. A RAIS é testemunho do compromisso do país em ampliar essa colaboração a nível regional. Parabenizo o empenho das delegações dos países aqui presentes, prontas para discutir ações estratégicas para o fortalecimento das políticas públicas de alimentação escolar em seus estados. Deixo um abraço especial à ministra da Educação da Angola, Luísa Grilo, cuja delegação teremos o prazer em receber no Brasil em dezembro, para conhecer nosso programa de alimentação escolar. Sabemos dos desafios que temos para enfrentar, mas que possamos aproveitar a oportunidade deste encontro para aprimorar as capacidades técnicas e assumir compromissos políticos na elaboração dos programas de alimentação e nutrição escolar verdadeiramente sustentáveis. O governo brasileiro está convicto de que nossa experiência com a RAIS pode e deve contribuir para o desenvolvimento futuro de coalizões regionais sob a coalizão em outras regiões. Que juntos possamos alcançar nosso objetivo comum de garantir que toda criança no planeta tenha o direito humano à alimentação saudável e adequada na escola. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Vice Minister of Education and President of the National Fund for Educational Development of Brazil, Fernanda Paco Bahia. And you could see towards the very end, and for those who could understand directly, the power of the engagement and the conviction that Brazil has on this issue, and the feeling that it is an important cause and a way forward for us in terms of how we take our next generation forward. Again, thank you, Brazil, for your commitment. And thank you, Vice Minister, for your words. Now, as you must have noticed, I was very eager to hand over the moderation because this panel is really serious. This is regional focus and regional commitment, how we're taking this forward. And this requires us to have someone who's at that level of moderation to take it forward. And there's no one else to think about to do that today, other than His Excellency José Carlos Cardona Erazo, Minister of Social Development of Honduras.
Thank you very much, George. It is a pleasure, total pleasure for me to have the opportunity to moderate this session with this wonderful and amazing set of panelists from around the world. I would like to speak in my language, español. Es muy importante la construcción de esta coalición para la alimentación escolar, pero tal como decía Carmen en el primer panel, esto no se trata solo de bla, 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 se trata de que asumamos los compromisos que tenemos como países y como regiones. Creo que este segundo panel habla sobre lo segundo, sobre cómo las regiones van a poder conectarse y asumir compromisos compartidos que nos permitan alcanzar no solo las metas planteadas en el marco de la coalición, sino también de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y que también incluyan compromisos con visión a las próximas generaciones. Creo que esta es la parte más compleja porque nuestros políticos piensan en las próximas elecciones, pero es nuestro deber pensar en las próximas generaciones y es este el gran reto que tenemos. Este panel justamente se va a basar en eso. Me gustaría empezar a hacer las preguntas, pero preguntar un poco más allá sobre lo que cada uno de ustedes tiene que decir. Estoy acá en el siglo XIX usando papel y les pido que me comprendan en ese sentido. Antes de escuchar a las regiones, me gustaría compartir que estuvimos en Brasil hace poco. Hubo una reunión de 23 gobiernos en América Latina y el Caribe para debatir cómo se hace para avanzar con estos programas de alimentación escolar en el marco de la coalición y nuestros retos y estrategias para superarlos.
América Latina ha sido durante mucho tiempo líder en temas de alimentación escolar, pero también es una región con enormes desafíos que son comparables a los que enfrentan otras regiones del mundo. Básicamente, en esa reunión en Brasil, la coalición y sus miembros acordaron que deberíamos centrarnos en 3 temas importantes. El primero de los temas es el mantener la voluntad política en favor de las comidas escolares y explorar formas innovadoras de financiar estos programas. Creo que esta es la parte más compleja. Venimos de países altamente endeudados y en donde las voluntades políticas van hacia la mira de financiamiento de proyectos que se vean bien en las fotos. Entonces, no es tan vendible, si se puede usar ese término, la merienda escolar, porque en todos los países hay millones de niños comiendo, pero difícilmente eso es capitalizable. No obstante, muchos de nuestros gobiernos sí tienen la voluntad de financiar y alcanzar un alto impacto con estos programas. El segundo objetivo en el que se enfocó la coalición en Brasil fue en crear y reforzar las políticas de fomento de la compra local de alimentos y de apoyo a los pequeños agricultores. Sabemos que regiones como África tienen iniciativas que están siendo bastante exitosas en ese tema. En América Latina, Honduras inició un programa de compras locales. Y esto es sumamente importante porque también, aparte de hacer que los productores locales se inserten en la economía, nos permite garantizar seguridad alimentaria y al mismo tiempo generar resiliencias de cara al cambio climático, una realidad a la que todo el hemisferio está enfrentando. Y por último, reforzar la coordinación entre nuestras diferentes instituciones que se ocupan de la alimentación escolar para que sea más eficiente y eficaz. Me gustaría que podamos pasar a la lectura de las preguntas para que avancemos. Lo imprimieron al revés. La primera pregunta que tenemos es para Togo. Queremos preguntar a la persona encargada, que es ok. La Unión Africana, y aquí tenemos a nuestro amigo Mohamed, va a ser el primero en participar. Me gustaría saber cuáles son los retos que enfrenta la Unión Africana, específicamente en lo que tiene que ver con servir como usar las comidas escolares como un trampolín para el progreso de los países que integran la Unión Africana. ¿Nos podrían dar alguna visión general sobre cómo los programas de alimentación escolar pueden servir para esto? Adelante, Mohamed.
Merci. Bonjour, bonsoir tout le monde, ou bon après-midi. Merci d'avoir invité la Commission de l'Union africaine d'abord à cette réunion. Et je souhaite peut-être avant saluer l'admission du Brésil à la coprésidence de cette coalition des repas scolaires initiée par la France et la Finlande et soutenue par le Programme alimentaire mondial. Mais mes chiffres ont été rendus un peu faux ce matin après les admissions annoncées, mais juste avant, les calculs donnaient 43% des membres de la coalition provenant d'Afrique. Et donnaient aussi le fait que 40% des pays qui ont soumis des engagements nationaux étaient aussi africains. Il me paraît donc très opportun d'émettre l'ardent souhait que le continent africain soit invité à faire partie de la coprésidence de la coalition à son prochain élargissement, tout comme l'Afrique a été admise au G20 et que l'Afrique aspire à avoir un siège permanent au Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Il y a 8 ans, les chefs d'État et de gouvernement de l'Union africaine ont institué le 1er mars comme journée africaine de l'alimentation scolaire. Donc, le 1er mars 2024, nous célébrerons la 9e édition de la journée africaine de l'alimentation scolaire. Et croyez-moi, cette journée est organisée de façon très sérieuse et il y a énormément d'échanges d'expériences, de connaissances, etc. Les États membres et la Commission de l'Union africaine et l'Agence de développement de l'Union africaine qu'on appelle AODA-NEPAD, en tant que partenaires clés, promeuvent l'alimentation scolaire locale, tout comme il en a été question par la précédente oratrice. Ils promeuvent l'alimentation scolaire locale, conscients du fait que la chaîne de valeur de l'alimentation scolaire locale engage les petits producteurs, les transporteurs, les coopératives, les écoliers, et ceci a un effet transformateur sur le développement du capital humain, sur l'amélioration de la vie des individus, sur l'augmentation des revenus pour les communautés et pour les familles les plus vulnérables, en améliorant donc le revenu aussi de la communauté. Les gouvernements africains ont intensifié les programmes d'alimentation scolaire grâce à d'importants efforts financiers et politiques. Aujourd'hui, dans la majorité des pays africains, les budgets nationaux représentent la principale source de financement des programmes de repas scolaires. La part du financement national par rapport au financement extérieur est passée de 82% en 2020 à 85% en 2022 pour tous les niveaux de revenus des pays, c'est-à-dire revenus à pays faibles et revenus à pays intermédiaires, plutôt pays à revenus faibles, pays à revenus intermédiaires. Ces efforts ont non seulement conduit à nourrir un plus grand nombre d'enfants, mais aussi à améliorer, comme il a été dit précédemment, la qualité de l'éducation, de la santé scolaire et des interventions nutritionnelles à travers le continent. Près de 66 millions d'enfants ont reçu des repas scolaires dans toute l'Afrique en 2019, comparé à 38 millions en 2014, soit une augmentation de 71%. Et cela a même légèrement augmenté en 2022. Cela indique que les gouvernements ont fait montre de grande résilience puisqu'ils semblent avoir rétabli la couverture des repas scolaires à un niveau supérieur à celui qui était avant la Covid. Et c'est vraiment une bonne expérience de résilience et de capacité des gouvernements à rebondir après le choc. Néanmoins, l'image est loin d'être toute rose, loin de là. En effet, cette couverture globale reste encore faible. Malgré les efforts que j'ai mentionnés, seulement 31% des enfants d'âge scolaire primaire ont reçu des repas scolaires en 2022. Donc, il y a du chemin à faire. L'Union africaine, les organismes régionaux, les gouvernements, la coalition des repas scolaires et ses partenaires peuvent et doivent collaborer pour réduire ces différences dans la couverture des programmes de repas scolaires entre les régions et donner la priorité aux zones où la couverture reste encore faible dans l'élaboration des programmes d'alimentation scolaire. Par conséquent, j'ai quelques messages clés à adresser. Premièrement, aux États membres. Je parle au nom de la Commission de l'Union africaine, donc je ne suis pas un pays et nous sommes une structure supranationale, donc nous nous permettons de donner des recommandations. Donc aux États membres, il s'agit d'élaborer des plans de financement nationaux durables et augmenter le financement national des programmes d'alimentation scolaire. Deuxièmement, veiller à ce que les systèmes alimentaires et les politiques nutritionnelles placent l'alimentation scolaire parmi les initiatives prioritaires de développement. Ce n'est pas toujours le cas, malheureusement. Promouvoir une plus grande coordination entre les différents secteurs concernés, agriculture, transport, commerce, éducation, finances, secteur privé, communauté locale, afin de reconnaître la nature multisectorielle de l'alimentation scolaire locale et d'en saisir tout le potentiel de développement local. Enfin, continuer à formuler les engagements nationaux envers la coalition des repas scolaires. J'ai presque fini, Monsieur le Président. Pour les partenaires en particulier, je demande que les partenaires de la coalition permettent de continuer à avoir des conversations régionales parce qu'il faut contextualiser les objectifs de la coalition, faciliter l'échange de connaissances, et l'expérience du Brésil est très intéressante pour nous, et renforcer les réseaux de soutien, accélérer la mise en œuvre des lignes directrices continentales. Enfin, le dernier mot, c'est pour vous informer que l'Union africaine a décidé que l'année prochaine soit consacrée à l'éducation, et dans ce cadre-là, nous souhaiterions qu'avec la coalition, nous sommes très ouverts à la réflexion pour organiser éventuellement un événement de dimension continentale ou globale au sein du continent africain pour être avec nous dans la célébration de l'année 2024 étant année où le thème sera consacré à l'éducation en Afrique. Merci de votre attention.
Magnifique. Muchísimas gracias, a la Unión Africana, enormes desafíos en el horizonte. Vamos ahora con la Comisión Económica de Estados de África Occidental y hay una pregunta sobre una reunión inmediata. Hubo una reunión inmediata hace poco a nivel regional en la que, según nos hemos enterado, hubo mucho éxito sobre el tema que nos compete hoy en día. ¿Cuáles son los principales pilares de la visión de la Comunidad Económica de Estados de África Occidental sobre las comidas escolares y los programas que existen en la región?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais d'abord commencer par, au nom du président de la CEDEAO, qui devait être ici, Dr Omar Ali Touré, représenter la CEDEAO et féliciter les organisateurs. La question est essentielle pour nous. Vous nous renvoyez à la rencontre de Dakar, mais pour vous parler de comment la CEDEAO met cette question-là au cœur de ses préoccupations et des stratégies qu'elle a mises en place, il faut rappeler un peu le contexte dans lequel nous sommes. Nous sommes la région la plus jeune au monde, avec un taux de croissance démographique le plus important de l'Afrique. Sur 16% du territoire africain, nous avons presque 37% de la population et 40 à 49% de notre population a moins de 15 ans. Et donc, la question du capital humain devient une question essentielle par rapport à nos perspectives, à notre vision de comment développer la communauté. Et c'est là où l'école devient un instrument central. Et la question de l'alimentation scolaire est une question clé parce que c'est par l'alimentation que nous développons le capital humain avec des personnes qui seront capables de devenir demain les gens qui vont construire ce continent-là avec suffisamment de connaissances, suffisamment de capacités. Et à ce niveau, la CEDEAO très tôt a pris conscience de cette problématique et déjà en 2013 a mis en place des banques de réserve alimentaires pour la question de la sécurité dans les pays, mais en travaillant pour qu'il y ait des banques de proximité au niveau communautaire, au niveau des États et en arrivant aussi au niveau régional. Et c'est dans ce cadre de ce mécanisme qui existe qu'il y a 5 jours, le président de la commission était aux îles du Cap-Vert où nous avons donné $1 million à partir de nos banques de sécurité à ces pays-là pour permettre de couvrir une partie de l'alimentation scolaire pour 90 000 enfants. C'est vrai que nous faisons beaucoup parce qu'il faut rappeler, comme l'a dit le représentant de l'Union africaine, 85% de la prise en charge des questions de cantine scolaire, c'est les États, c'est le budget des États. Mais le problème, c'est qu'il y a très peu d'écoles qui sont couvertes. Quand je prends le cas du Sénégal, à la rencontre de Dakar, nous avions estimé à 20% les écoles couvertes. Donc, même si l'État met énormément d'argent, il y a trop d'écoles aussi qui sont là et qui ne peuvent pas être prises en charge. C'est là où nous devons réfléchir sur les mécanismes de financement, avec aussi le partenariat international pour pouvoir trouver les moyens, parce que c'est très lourd aussi pour les budgets de nos États, vu la multiplicité de nos préoccupations. Si nous revenons à la zone de la CEDEAO, nous avons certes ce problème démographique de croissance extrêmement importante, mais nous avons un contexte d'insécurité. À cela, il faut ajouter les déplacements, il faut ajouter les réfugiés. En dehors des problèmes des écoles qui sont dans une situation normale que nous ne pouvons pas couvrir, nous avons aussi ces enfants qui sont hors de l'école, qui pendant des années restent hors de l'école. Mais malgré tout, les efforts de cette sous-région est à saluer. Malgré le contexte de crise dont nous sortions, nous avons quand même progressé dans la prise en charge des cantines scolaires. On est passé de 20 millions à 22 millions entre 2020 et 2022. Donc, c'est ça qu'il faut voir comme les défis qui s'annoncent à nous et nos efforts. Maintenant, je vais juste rappeler que nous sommes conscients de toute cette question, surtout pour la mobilisation sous-régionale. Et en 2014, avec le PAM, parce que tout ce que nous faisons aussi, c'est là où il faut saluer le travail du PAM au niveau de avec la CEDEAO comme partenaire. Et en 2014, nous estimons nous allons organiser une rencontre sous-régionale sur les questions des cantines scolaires avec les ministres de l'Éducation avec les ministres de l'Agriculture et tout à l'heure aussi, nous avons pensé à y ajouter les ministres de l'Économie et des Finances et probablement du genre aussi. Donc, nous nous projetons vers le futur où nous essaierons de maximiser d'abord, d'utiliser l'expérience que nous avons acquise pour la consolider, mais en même temps de nous ouvrir davantage vers nos partenariats pour arriver à résoudre ce problème. Comme je vous dis, où la communauté internationale doit être consciente du problème auquel nous sommes confrontés aujourd'hui, vous le savez très bien, avec tous les conflits et le terrorisme qui sévit dans le Sahel et qui expulse les enfants de l'école pour une longue durée et sur lesquels nous devons faire face. Merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias, profesora Fatou Sousar, de la Comunidad de Estados, Económica de Estados de África Occidental. Vamos ahora con Ruanda. Y de Ruanda tenemos a la ministra de Educación, Su Excelencia Claudette Irere. La pregunta es, se acaba de inaugurar o se inauguró en África la Red de África Oriental y la organiza su gobierno, su país. Fue un gran éxito y marcó la pauta de diálogo regional entre la subregión que les compete. ¿Cuáles son los aspectos más destacados de esta conferencia? Y si usted pudiera extenderse más, ¿cómo contribuir a esta red a que los países de África Oriental cumplan objetivos relacionados con los programas de alimentación escolar? Queda en posición de la palabra.
Thank you. Again, like my colleagues, thanks for inviting Rwanda. And like you just asked, Rwanda started the universal meals coverage in all schools right after COVID. And we've been in this for a while. And so when we were called to join the coalition, we did not hesitate for 1 second to join because we know and we understand the importance of this initiative. And so this year in June, we convened, like it was agreed in the last coalition meeting, we convened some of our neighbors in the East African region. About 9 countries came together to share most especially the experiences. And it was about, altogether 70 participants that came together, came to Rwanda, and we hosted that first convening, that network in the East African region. And it showed us, we learned a great deal, but 3 things stood out. One was the level of commitment each of these countries have towards school meals. I think it's one thing to just do this in one little corner, because you absolutely have to do it if you have to ensure access to education and universal access. But it's also good that it's brought in a bigger, convening and platform where you now start exchanging. And all these countries, all of these 9 countries, all showed commitment. And then the second thing was, countries sharing of their experiences, but also their challenges. For instance, all of these countries are all struggling with, innovative financing. I think the representative of ECOWAS just talked about how it's important that we go into these, how 80% or 90% is always financed from the national budget, and it's true. But then how do you ensure that there's efficiency in using, that financing that we're talking about? But we also talked about the policies, what is working in South Sudan, what is working in Kenya, what is working in Rwanda, and how can that be brought to other countries. Many countries also showed interest in evidence generation and the use of advocacy, ensuring that there's coverage of school feeding. Many countries have about 60%, 70% covered, but not everyone is doing universal coverage. So what does it take to have 100% universal coverage in these countries? And then the last thing that we learned, or that we saw that is important, is, you know, having a different touch points in the future, so that the network is not just there for one day, but it's there to stay. And we agreed that each country is giving its own focal person, and we will continue this network. And this will allow us to always, you know, have policies around school feeding or school meals that are evolving, that are taking into consideration of other things. And then there's an anecdote, and this is important. If you look at the numbers, the East African region or community is home to about 280 million citizens. In the case of Rwanda, the third of the country is in school. The third of the population is in school. So if you apply that to the East African region, that's about 90 million citizens, or 90 million students that are supposed to be in school. And so how are you going to ensure that they stay in school and they learn and they are committed and they're fed and they can continue and finish school? And so this is an important thing, and it requires that we continue discussing it. And then, you know, discussing financing, but financing that marries both feeding the children, ensuring access, equal access, but also that does not deplete of our Mother Nature's ability to sustain us. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Excelencia. Qué claridad sobre el papel que tiene Ruanda y el reto que enfrentan para su población. Vamos a pasar al otro lado del continente, a Togo. Tenemos el representante de Togo, que es Su Excelencia Antoine Lekpa Begbeni. Adelante, Su Excelencia. Sabemos que en Togo hubo, como lo mencionó la organización o la comunidad de Estados Africanos de Occidente, hablaron sobre la técnica que se celebró en Dakar sobre la alimentación escolar en su país. ¿Puede hablarnos de cómo puede beneficiar esta iniciativa a su país en particular?
Merci pour la question. Je voudrais tout d'abord remercier au nom du chef de l'État togolais et du gouvernement toute l'organisation pour l'invitation que nous avons reçue pour participer à cette première réunion mondiale. Donc, pour revenir donc, à la question, je voudrais également confirmer que le Togo fait partie donc, de la coalition sur l'alimentation scolaire et à ce titre a entrepris de nombreuses actions pour la mise en œuvre de cette alimentation scolaire sur toute l'étendue du territoire. Nous avons effectivement participé à la rencontre de la CEDEAO et comme le disait tout à l'heure la haute responsable de la CEDEAO, nous en avons retenu, je dirais, plusieurs leçons, plusieurs défis. La première chose qu'il faut se dire, c'est que l'alimentation scolaire doit être une ambition politique et elle doit être affichée, clairement affichée et exprimée dans les actions. Et notamment au Togo, nous avons, à partir de 2020, voté une loi en juin 2020 sur l'alimentation scolaire. Cette loi nous a donc permis de faire voter des décrets d'application et nous avons créé une commission interministérielle de 8 ministres qui travaillent donc sur l'alimentation scolaire, à savoir l'agriculture, l'eau, l'action sociale, le développement à la base et bien d'autres ministères qui travaillent donc sur l'alimentation scolaire. Donc, il faut vraiment qu'il y ait un engagement vraiment politique de très haut niveau pour que les choses puissent donc se faire comme cela se doit. Nous avons, au niveau du Togo, également lancé des activités pour pouvoir associer les producteurs agricoles à la production donc, des aliments pour les élèves. Aujourd'hui, nous avons pratiquement 20% des élèves que nous couvrons en alimentation scolaire avec l'aide de producteurs locaux. Nous consacrons 40% des ressources financières dédiées à l'alimentation pour donc nous procurer les produits auprès des producteurs locaux. Le deuxième défi que nous avons relevé au niveau de la rencontre avec la CEDEAO, c'est la nécessité de partager les expériences, parce qu'il est vraiment important que nous puissions, au cours des rencontres entre pays, partager les expériences pour nous inspirer les uns les autres de tout ce qui se fait dans chaque pays. Il est également important que nous puissions ensemble faire, je dirais, un plaidoyer, parce que quand on est ensemble, le plaidoyer est plus fort, il est plus puissant, et donc il va permettre donc aux partenaires techniques et financiers de mieux prêter attention à ce que nous demandons. Nous avons aussi, au niveau donc de cette rencontre avec la CEDEAO, compris qu'il y avait certains pays qui étaient en avance, dont on pouvait s'inspirer, notamment au niveau de la collecte des données. Nous nous sommes inspirés du cas du Ghana sur le digital pour pouvoir donc avoir cette banque de données au niveau de l'alimentation scolaire. Donc, il est vraiment important que nous puissions nous rencontrer très souvent pour pouvoir avoir ce partage d'expérience et également donc nous inspirer donc de ce que chacun fait sur le terrain. Donc, je voulais également donc, il est également très important de comprendre qu'il y a également beaucoup de défis qui demeurent, notamment le défi du financement. Parce qu'au niveau du financement, c'est vrai, tout à l'heure, il a été dit que les budgets nationaux sont très sollicités et compte tenu de la jeunesse des populations, notamment en Afrique de l'Ouest, au niveau de la CEDEAO, nous sommes, je dirais, très souvent sollicités, je dirais énormément sollicités pour cette alimentation scolaire. D'où la nécessité que nous puissions vraiment bénéficier d'appui au niveau des partenaires techniques et financiers, mais cela doit se faire en parfaite symbiose avec les autres pays. Je voudrais ici saluer le soutien que nous apporte le PAM, le Programme alimentaire mondial sur le terrain, l'USAID, mais également l'Union européenne également qui nous apporte un soutien très important sur le terrain et qui nous permettent donc d'avancer aujourd'hui, car nous avons depuis 2020 fait d'énormes progrès dans le domaine de l'alimentation scolaire. Voilà ce que je peux dire par rapport a la CEDEAO. Merci.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia. Teníamos una pregunta, si había más tiempo, creo que tenemos más tiempo, sobre, bueno, nos están diciendo que no tenemos más tiempo, pero sí tenemos más tiempo. Tal vez en la colaboración entre Togo y Nigeria, porque están relacionados por la región, podrían contestarla, pero quiero darle la palabra a la ministra de Asuntos Humanitarios de Nigeria, Su Excelencia Beta Edu. La misma pregunta de Togo, ¿cómo se puede en el marco de la CEDEAO fortalecer el tema de la alimentación escolar, en particular para Nigeria? Adelante, Excelencia.
Thank you so much for having me here today. And I bring you greetings from the President of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I also would want to state that he is the chairman of ECOWAS and so has a lot of influence on the decision of ECOWAS in the region, which is kind of like of ACAN. For Nigeria, we have the biggest school feeding program in Africa. About 10,000 over 10 million children in Nigeria are being fed in school. Now, this is done not only to provide the right nutrition for the children in Nigeria, but as an incentive to keep children who are out of school back in school. It's also a medium for the country to fight hunger, which is part of the SDG goal 2, and of course, to end poverty, which is part of SDG goal 1. Our president has an 8-point agenda, the first of which is food security. And under that, it's very critical that we provide meals for children in school. Beyond this, he has the second agenda on his 8-point agenda, which is eradicating poverty. And this is to help families to be able to cater for the nutritional needs of their children. But beyond this, it creates a local economic boost for the families, or sorry, the persons that are involved. So what we do in Nigeria is to have parents of children in school, mothers especially, actually use homegrown products to make the food. So the homegrown products is encouraging the local agriculture in that village. And then of course, since they make the food, it's putting some monies in their hands, giving them the economic power to be able to make certain decisions and sustain their households. Beyond this, the homegrown school feeding is part of our nutrition strategy to fight malnutrition in our country. So it's a win for everyone. For Nigeria, it has been 100% funded by the federal government of Nigeria. However, with the new Renewed Hope plan, there is a big room for expansion. So we are in every local government, that's 774 local governments in the country. Every local government has schools that are participating and benefiting from the homegrown school feeding program. But the classes, we have just 3 classes being covered, and the number of schools that are being covered are limited. So we want to expand to include emergency school situations, internally displaced learning sites where our children are. We also want to be able to cover military and paramilitary schools so that the children there can benefit. So for this expansion, the Nigerian government is strongly calling for support from the international community and development partners to see that we can expand this program. But what's most significant is the lead role which Nigeria plays in Africa and in the region. And we're encouraging other countries in the region to invest in school feeding because it is for us a flagship program that has really changed the entire, not just the economic picture, but the nutrition space in our country. One more important call is the fact that countries are having concerns about their budget and budget priorities. And so they might sometimes find it difficult to invest in the school meals for children, but it must be seen as part of an investment in education that will give you enough political capital. It must be seen as an investment that will keep children alive, and not just keeping them alive, but help them to thrive and do well in society. So countries in ECOWAS, countries beyond ECOWAS are encouraged to invest in school feeding, while we encourage the international communities and donors to come into the space. I would have loved to read our commitment if the time will permit, or we would have to take that some other time. Sorry? Okay, so for my country's commitment, that's Nigeria in West Africa, I bring you the commitment from His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's at this occasion of School Meals Coalition, the commitment to the Renewed Hope National Homegrown School Feeding Program in Nigeria. In Nigeria, we have adopted a whole of society approach to school feeding, which is supported by the Renewed Hope National Homegrown School Feeding Policy. We aim to increase the provision of a social safety net against short-term hidden hungers among children in preschool, basic education classes, and other children with disability. In addition to the Renewed Hope Homegrown School Feeding Program, it is backed by law. So in my country, it's a constitution, it's a law, and you can't change it. Children in school must be fed. as one of Nigeria's most important social investment through the National Social Investment Program Agency Act. The Homegrown School Feeding Nutrition Guidelines, which have been endorsed by multi-sectoral national and international partners, aim to meet at least 33% of the child's required nutritional needs. Other policies and frameworks, such as the National Social Protection Policy and the Food System Transformation Pathway for Nigeria, further strengthens its implementation by providing an enabling environment for the domestic ownership of the program. So far, 100% of this funding has been provided by the Nigerian government through budgetary allocation. With the global economic meltdown, funding is increasingly becoming a challenge for Nigeria. In line with the commitment to universal coverage, there is need for more significant investment in the future of Nigerian children, as every child that attends school is one less child out of school. Approximately 10,049,975 children are participating in the scheme across 774 local government areas in the country. Already, plans are underway to include more children from diverse backgrounds, including children with disability, children learning under emergency situations, and internally displaced children, children in military and paramilitary schools that would be able to access nutritional meals within learning setting. The target is to have universal coverage by 2025. I'll just read the last line of the commitment. We want to expand, facilitate, introduce, participate, review, and promote homegrown school feeding. We need international collaboration. And with the above, we make the commitment to a robust partnership with local and international stakeholders. The federal government of Nigeria is certain that this laudable goal will be achieved within record time, as we hope to feed over 20 million children in school. Thank you.
Gracias, ministra. Aplaudimos esta actualización de los compromisos de Nigeria, que como lo dijo es el programa de alimentación escolar más grande de África. Vamos a cruzar el Mediterráneo y pasamos a España, un país comprometido por completo y con muchos planes para apoyar el tema de la colaboración regional en materia de alimentación escolar. Gasco, te damos la palabra. Adelante.
Muchas gracias. Muy brevemente, merci a tous. Muchas gracias al Programa de Alimentos de Naciones Unidas, a los líderes de la coalición internacional, porque todos aprendemos que nos une a todos la importancia del comedor escolar, vivamos en la sociedad en la que vivamos, en el continente en el que estemos o en el país correspondiente. Nosotros también desde España hemos visto, porque la Unión Europea, quizás no lo conozcan todos, tiene un 20% de infancia en situación de vulnerabilidad y de pobreza, de riesgo de pobreza, de media, desigual según los países, pero un 20%. Y hay que luchar para combatir esta desigualdad y garantizar una alimentación saludable a todos los menores de 18 años. Esta es una ambición de la presidencia europea en este momento que lleva el presidente del Gobierno de España, Pedro Sánchez, al cual represento también en esta reunión y agradezco la posibilidad. Y les invito, porque creemos que es necesario, dentro de los pasos que ha dado la Unión Europea, como fue la aprobación de la Garantía Infantil Europea, donde a través del Fondo Social Europeo como elemento de financiación se impulsan políticas de escuela 0-3 años, de alimentación saludable, de derecho a la vivienda y a la salud, como elementos principales de garantizar el futuro de toda nuestra infancia y tener un futuro mejor como sociedad, más cohesionado. Esa garantía infantil, cada Estado miembro, los 27 Estados de la Unión, estamos aprobando nuestros planes nacionales. España es uno de los primeros que lo aprobó y va a destinar 1.500 millones de euros hasta el 2030 para llevar adelante esta apuesta, pero creemos que no es suficiente. Y por tanto, desde el Gobierno de España, el próximo día 21 de noviembre, espero contar, están invitadas todas ustedes y todos ustedes a asistir a mi ciudad, en San Sebastián, en el País Vasco Español, a un encuentro de la Presidencia Europea con los 27 Estados miembros, para que dentro de ese marco de la Garantía Infantil Europea trabajemos para de aquí al 2030 haya una directiva común de toda Europa que garantice
que todos los menores de 18 años tengan derecho a una alimentación saludable al día. Eso es salud pública, es igualdad de oportunidades, es cohesión social, pero también es ahorro e inversión, como decían mis compañeras ministras de otros países. Es inversión porque los estudios recientes que hemos publicado en España desde el Alto Comisionado de Lucha contra la Pobreza Infantil, hemos podido evaluar en 5.000 millones de euros anuales el coste que tiene en España para la salud pública la mala alimentación desde la infancia, desde los 0 años, incluso desde la prematernidad. Cada región del mundo tenemos nuestros problemas, nuestra diversidad, pero todos juntos, como esta coalición, podemos avanzar y trabajar en buscar soluciones. Yo he aprendido mucho hoy de Brasil, de Francia, del continente africano con toda su diversidad, pero sin lugar a dudas Europa también tiene que afrontar este reto. Nosotros desde España y desde la presidencia de la Unión Europea, Pedro Sánchez tiene interés en combatir esta pobreza, esta en el fondo fracaso como Estado y como naciones para poder avanzar, y también queremos incorporar la salud mental, el sueño, la capacidad de encontrar en el fondo la felicidad, que es lo que nos une a todos. Creo que me he ceñido al tiempo. Si quieren más cuestiones, pues encantado, y sin lugar a dudas les invito, no es París, pero es un petit Paris, San Sebastián, así que bienvenidos a todos los que nos queréis acompañar allí. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, comisionado. Vamos a ir al Festival de San Sebastián, a ver si nos invita. Les dije que teníamos tiempo, nos han sobrado 6 minutos. Estamos muy contentos de escuchar que los desafíos son comunes, pero los liderazgos están comprometidos. La vicepresidencia de Brasil es clave para nosotros. Lo que están haciendo las comunidades y la Unión Africana también es muy importante, y saber que países como Nigeria, que tienen altas poblaciones escolares que cubrir, están comprometidos con protegerlas socialmente, nos envía un mensaje alentador. Y creo que la conclusión general de este panel podría ser que el mundo y los países que formamos parte de la Coalición Mundial para la Alimentación Escolar ya tenemos en marcha procesos resilientes para abandonar ese enorme golpe de la pandemia, la COVID-19, y podemos ya pasar la página hacia un episodio nuevo, que es alcanzar tal vez lo más que se pueda los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y garantizar que las infancias de hoy van a ser juventudes y adultos y adultas mucho mejor, con calidad de vida, en un mundo cada vez más complejo por todos los desafíos que nos depara la posteridad. Así que muchas gracias. Hasta continuamos, ¿no? Y le dejamos 5 minutos de gratis. Tal vez nos tienen un buen café por ahí.
Thank you so much to this brilliant panel, and very stimulating discussions and promises, as well as commitments. And I can see that they did it, and we still have 4 minutes to spare. Another round of applause for them. That's an A. Brilliant. So it means that we do have 30 minutes for our coffee break. And the bell, you will hear the bell. It will come at 15:40, 15:40. Okay? We want it that way so that by 3:45 on the dot, we're kickstarting the next session. That would allow us to end on time, and it will give you the opportunity to look at the Tour Eiffel with the lights and everything, which is Paris. So let's do it for ourselves so that we don't just spend our time in Paris in this hall. Enjoy your coffee break. Did the bell go? I think hello, I think we're running late. Delegates, commissioners, ministers, if your teams are still out, you could text them to join us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ministers, ambassadors, you're welcome back. Commissioners, you're welcome back. We're grateful that you've joined us again for the final stretch. Of this marathon. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone, from your coffee break. I hope it was enjoyable. You had time to relax a bit, to have very fruitful conversations. For those who are often in negotiation processes, they often say that the best deals are struck when you are out on the coffee break, not necessarily when you're sitting in the hall. So I'm sure that the networking such that we can take the global school meals coalition to its next level. All of that has happened in the past few minutes. All right, now that I have everybody's attention, we're getting into the final stretch. We are like those athletes who are taking a marathon. Oh, I'll actually make it easier. Let's say, because it's been an easy day, let's say you're doing a 10,000 meters race at the Olympics. You know, we are in Paris and the Olympics are just around the corner. And you know, that final stretch, when you have gone round and round and round, it's that one that's when you start feeling your legs, they're heavy and you're unsure. But then you've got that courage to keep going. It's that courage that I want us to bring at this moment. Keep going, don't give up. And let's get this to the end. 2 more plenary sessions. The first of them this afternoon is closing the funding gap. We're looking at innovative funding solutions for school meals. Now, we've been hearing all the success stories from governments, from high and low income countries, and all have been making strides towards the prioritization of school meals. And yet we cannot forget, and that's what the panelists, if you listen to all the panelists here from various countries, they always say that there are challenges. Governments have been funding, but governments face challenges. So that is one of the most, I would say, common obstacles that they find, which is around funding. So this panel is going to discuss that. And they're very talented people on the panel. So we've got representatives from Benin, from the Islamic Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, from Haiti, from the Global Partnership for Education, and Dubai Cares. But I am not the one who is going to moderate and bring these great minds together. So it is my pleasure to introduce and welcome the Under-Secretary General and Special Advisor for Africa at the United Nations, Ms. Christina Duarte, who will be leading the next session, and the Director of Sustainable Financing Initiative, Ms. Lisbeth Stiers, who will be providing the opening remarks. So I'm going to hand over to these great minds whose sandals I can't even tie. It's over to you, Christina.
Thank you, George. Quite interesting starting. Good afternoon. You have a quite interesting subject to discuss in 1 hour. So it seems that we need to respect the time. And there are some yellow cards and red cards that will be raised just in front of me. If, my dear fellows, if you don't respect the time. And I'm supposed if a yellow card is raised, I'm supposed to look like that. So you are aware that the yellow card has been raised. I will deliver a 3 to 5 minutes introduction very quickly. And I'm doing that leveraging not my experience as special advisor, but leveraging my experience as a 10-year Minister of Finance in Cape Verde, where I managed for 10 years a school feeding program, and where in 2010, the budget took over and on a 100% basis to finance the school feeding program. Everybody in this room knows very well that school feeding has been delivering in the past maybe 20, 30 years. Scholarization rates, everybody knows. Nutrition, gender, and health prevention. These are the most well-known dimensions of school feeding. But allow me to tell you, school feeding is much, much more than this. And I'm not telling you because I read, I'm telling you because I experienced when delivering the school feeding in Cape Verde. Out of the 8 MDGs in Cape Verde, and Cape Verde is only 1 out of 4 African countries that deliver the MDGs, 4 out of 8 we need to thank to school feeding program. Allow me to start with some figures that are not directly related to school feeding in Africa, so you can understand the much added value that school feeding can bring to our tables. So you understand how urgent we need to find financing solutions out of the box. 90% of the 140 targets, SDG targets, Africa is off track. 90% of the 140 targets. 85%, this is another striking figure, 85% of the African population lives in countries that are either affected by conflict or share borders with conflict-affected countries, meaning that spillovers will happen. Third figure, you know that Africa is home to 17% of the population, but it only represents 3.3% of primary energy consumption. And in 2019, France and Germany energy consumption was equal to the whole Africans' energy consumption. Why I'm saying these figures? Why are they related to school feeding? Because the fact that Africa is 90% off track of SDGs targets signals something very strong, and we need to say it with courage, particularly we Africans. It indicates absence of the state. We need to say it. Absence of the state in Africa. And this absence of the state has been feeding in a very silent way erosion of state legitimacy. And we do face this problem today. I'm from the Sahel region. Ask me. Ask the Horn of Africa. Ask the north part of Mozambique, and we go. Again, what school feeding has to do with this? School feeding, and we need quick wins. We need solutions in the short term that have a huge multiplier effect. School feeding, among others, is the low-hanging fruit, exactly because it brings other let's say, other dimensions. And this is the reason that together with WFP, my dear sister Carmen, we have been advocating school feeding also as a peace and security tool, because it brings social cohesion and helps states to be present where they have not been for 25 years. School feeding can be the entry point to bring off-grid and min-grid energy solutions. And by bringing energy, school feeding can start in a very nice and effective way food systems transformation in Africa. The question is, today, at least in African countries, to revamp school feeding as this low-hanging fruit, the coverage rate cannot be 20%. Sorry. For school feeding to deliver or to help or to support states gain legitimacy, the rate coverage needs to be at least 80%, at least. So African countries, as the commissioner from the ECOWAS mentioned here very well, yes, you're right. Most of the school feeding in Africa is already financed by budget revenues, around 85%, correct, Carmen? But low rates. This is the trick. To come from 20% or 10% to 50 to 60%, where to find the money? So in the short term, we need to come up with innovative solutions. In the medium, long term, there is only one solution. And we need to say it, budget revenues. School feeding needs to be financed by the budget, by the national budget. But as we speak today, no fiscal space. There are African countries, as we speak, they spend 50% of their budget revenues serving debt. Do they have money today to increase the school feeding by 40, 60%? No money. What are the short-term solutions? One of them that we are working together with WFP and with my dear sister Lisbeth is debt swaps. Can we convert debt service in school feeding financing? Yes, we can. And since there is no fiscal space, one of the reasons of the lack of fiscal space in Africa is the debt service, let's just take out this burden from the budgets and transform in a beautiful thing, financing school feedings. But in order to do that, we need to convince African partners. They are in this room? Yes. How I'm going to convince France, UK, Italy, Spain, Luxembourg to do that? And I have been trying to convince them that they also have problems with ODA effectiveness. Thanks God they don't calculate the rates of return, but they face this problem. So let's get married and allocate ODA flows, as we said in financial language, earmarked ODA flows, first, in the short term, support the increase of school feeding in Africa, but at the same time, allocate ODA flows to support those some countries to build strong domestic resource mobilization with a strong agreement. In 5-year time, budget takes over. In the short time, let's work on debt swap for school feeding and convincing African partners accepting bilateral creditors, accepting the conversion of debt service into school feeding funding, as well as earmarking ODA flows to build domestic resource mobilization. And by doing so, you'll be helping these same countries addressing state legitimacy and addressing absence of the state. Having said that, I have the pleasure to give the floor to our keynote speaker. And she's a well-known person in the field of education. She's a reference. And Lisbeth Steer, here, she's the CEO of Education Development Center and director of the Sustainable Finance Initiative of our coalition. So she's our director. Lisbeth, talking about innovative ways of financing, tell us how the Sustainable Finance Initiative is ready to hit the ground running. And I know that you are. Back to you.
Thank you, Christina. Don't you love the energy in this room? And don't you love our chair of the Sustainable Finance Initiative, Christina Duarte? You have said so much, and one sort of common theme for me today has been, I wrote some talking points and I've been rewriting them the entire day because so much has been said and I've learned so much. So I think the ambition that's been set in this room today is absolutely astounding and inspiring. Now the task is to turn the plans of vision into financing plans. And that is what the Sustainable Finance Initiative is trying to do together with the coalition partners and with WFP and others. Christina, you said it very well. We need to start with general revenue. We need to look at the taxation regimes in countries to see whether we can mobilize more funding. The IMF has estimated that low-income countries could increase their tax to GDP ratios by about 5%. If we only could have a small share of that going to school feeding, we could make some progress. It's equally important, and I think you've made that point too, is that that money is spent efficiently and effectively. We can gain as much from spending the money well as we can from mobilizing more resources. So that's another very important point that we are looking at. But as many speakers have said today, this is not enough. Many countries, and the last 2 decades, about 44 countries have moved towards self-reliance, moved towards resourcing their school meal programs from their own budgets. But many countries, as we've heard today, are struggling, and we need to be there for them. On the domestic side, we are, and with the Sustainable Finance Initiative, looking at other innovative ways of mobilizing resources. And one of those ways is earmarked taxes. This has been done in several countries. India is financing its school meals programs from an education duty. Bolivia is funding its school meals programs from a hydrocarbon tax. Guatemala is having a share of its VAT going directly to school meal programs. Now, I'm an economist, and I know that many of my fellow economists don't like earmark taxes. But I actually was thinking about this. No one objects to countries spending or having earmarked taxes for social security. Well, we've just been saying the entire day that school meal programs is the largest social safety net and social security program. So looking at it in that way could get us some way further. There are other options that we have found in countries that could be utilized. Windfall gains from mineral or gas exports. Let's try and allocate those to school meal programs. Let's turn this natural resource into a human capital investment. Taxation on public bads, sugar-intensive drinks, processed foods, we've talked about it today. Could levies on those be allocated to school meal programs? So that is on the domestic resource mobilization part of what we are looking at. Now, on the international side, and I can't agree more that we need the international community to step up. Unfortunately, this month at the World Bank IMF annual meetings, a report was launched that shows that aid to education has been falling from 19 billion to 17 billion. So we have lost about 2 billion. School meal programs are currently getting $200 million total, sum total. That's 0.1% of all aid that is going from OECD DAC countries. Clearly, that is not enough. So we need to really pressure to have more of those resources going to school meals. But we need to get innovative. And I totally agree with the point made here about debt relief. I wanted to actually call on a statement that the late president of Tanzania, Julius Nyerere, made. And he said, am I supposed to starve children to pay my country's debt? And I think if we were to actually turn this issue of debt into an investment into the future, we could make great progress. And debt swaps have actually had a bit of a revival. I don't know whether you've been following this. In Ecuador, we have a Galapagos bond that is reducing Ecuador's debt by $1 billion, and associated with that, a $400 million investment in protection of the islands. We have the same thing in other countries. We have a debt for nature swap in Belize. We have Mozambique working on debt swaps. So there's a lot of possibilities there. But we have not yet had a debt for school meal swaps. And that is what we need to collectively work on, and that's what the Sustainable Finance Initiative wants to do. Secondly, we've heard, so there's 2 more ideas here. We've heard that the climate goals can be met through school meal programs. Food systems are intimately connected with school meals, and we know the benefits. Let's aim for the funds that are working on climate change. The Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund should be investing in school meals as a way to achieve those goals. And then finally, the multilateral institutions. There's been a lot of talk about how they can do more, how can they expand their balance sheets. Some of that expansion needs to be directed to school meals, and we'll hear from the ISDB here. There's a lot of opportunities there. The International Finance Facility is applying a guarantee mechanism to stretch balance sheets. So we need to work very closely with the multilateral development banks to make sure that more funding that the pot can be enlarged and that we can direct it to school meals. So we look forward to working with all of you on these questions, and we are very grateful. The Rockefeller Foundation announced a new grant to the Sustainable Finance Initiative to look into these innovative finance mechanisms, and we hope that we can work with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. As I told you, hit the ground running, plenty of ideas. And now I have the pleasure to turn to the Minister of Pre-Primary and Primary Education of Benin. As you know, Benin is becoming a champion in the school feeding program in Africa, just displaying a strong political will and recognizing the multiplier effect of this program. My dear brother, enchanté de vous voir. Blended financing mechanisms is the way to go. How are you in Benin harnessing blended finance to scale school meals? Back to you.
Merci beaucoup. Souhaitez que je puisse m'exprimer en français.
Oui, oui.
Je voudrais, avant de répondre à la question, dire toute la reconnaissance de son Excellence, Monsieur Patrice Talon, toute la reconnaissance de son gouvernement, toute la reconnaissance du peuple béninois, dans un premier temps à la coalition mondiale pour l'alimentation scolaire, pour avoir désigné en 2021 le président Patrice Talon comme champion mondial pour l'alimentation scolaire.
Oui.
Je salue également le secrétariat exécutif du pape pour l'avoir associé à la tenue du conseil d'administration du pape en 2022. C'est vrai, il n'a pas pu s'y rendre, mais il nous y avait envoyé. Ceci étant, ce n'était pas l'effet du hasard, c'est du fait qu'il y a une volonté politique manifeste vis-à-vis de l'alimentation scolaire. Il y a eu également un engagement, je dirais, personnel du chef de l'État vis-à-vis de l'alimentation scolaire. En termes d'état des lieux, en 2016, lorsque le président prenait le pouvoir, le programme d'alimentation scolaire était à un taux de couverture d'environ 31%. Et le budget national, en son temps, n'y contribuait qu'à hauteur de 1,5 million de dollars à peu près. Alors, il a été mis en place un programme spécial d'alimentation scolaire qui a été dénommé Programme national d'alimentation scolaire intégré. Et un accord de partenariat avait été signé avec le PAM pour la mise en œuvre, n'est-ce pas, de ce programme. C'est-à-dire, dans un premier temps, l'État a accepté de mettre les ressources en place et ensuite, la mise en œuvre, n'est-ce pas, a été confiée au PAM à travers un accord de partenariat. Alors, ce qui a permis, n'est-ce pas, de passer d'un taux de couverture d'environ 31% à aujourd'hui 75%. Donc, d'à peu près 600 000 apprenants en 2016, nous sommes aujourd'hui à 1 200 000 écoliers qui prennent chacun un repas chaud à l'école. Chemin faisant, je dois pouvoir dire que le programme qui est mis en place est un programme qui est exécuté dans une approche participative. Donc, le volet intégration de ce programme a permis de mettre la communauté dans sa gestion, les collectivités territoriales dans sa gestion et presque tous les acteurs locaux dans sa gestion. Alors, au niveau de ce programme, tous les ministères concernés, le ministère de l'Agriculture et autres, le ministère de la Santé participent à ce programme. Le ministère de l'Économie et des Finances met le budget en place et cela fonctionne convenablement aujourd'hui. Les produits locaux sont priorisés dans le cadre de ce programme au plan national, à hauteur de 75% achetés au plan local, ce qui a fouetté l'économie, n'est-ce pas, au plan local. Et ça, c'est la situation de départ, c'est la situation actuelle. Alors, où voudrions aller avant de revenir à votre question? En 2021 à 2026, nous avons déjà programmé la couverture universelle totale. Donc, d'ici 2026, toutes les écoles primaires publiques du Bénin seront dotées de cantines scolaires. Et le budget en question est déjà planifié et le montant est connu au niveau du budget national à hauteur d'environ 190 millions de dollars. Alors, les dispositions sont prises pour qu'au niveau du budget national, n'est-ce pas, chaque fois que c'est nécessaire, le fonctionnement ne puisse souffrir de rien. Donc, c'est pour vous dire qu'au niveau du Bénin, l'alimentation scolaire constitue aujourd'hui une priorité fondamentale. Et nous travaillons pour la pérennité, la pérennité de ce programme. Alors, où allons-nous? Aujourd'hui, nous avons déjà envoyé à l'Assemblée nationale un projet de loi qui soutient l'alimentation scolaire et qui doit pouvoir la rendre pérenne. Le gouvernement béninois a pris des dispositions pour que le volet nutrition puisse compléter ce qui est fait. C'est-à-dire, il ne suffit pas de donner à manger, il faudra que ce soit des repas de qualité. Donc, le volet nutritif est désormais pris en compte. Et le projet de loi a pris cela en compte. Pour également assurer la pérennité et le fonctionnement correct, le gouvernement béninois a déjà créé une agence qui pourra gérer de façon, je dirais, pérenne ce programme. L'agence est déjà créée par un décret et ces structures sont en train d'être mises en place petit à petit. Donc, voilà là où nous en sommes aujourd'hui par rapport à l'alimentation scolaire au Bénin. Alors, revenant à votre gestion, le financement mixte, jusqu'à présent, nous en avons besoin et ça se gère à travers, disons, l'appui budgétaire. Alors, nous avons fait une petite expérience avec la CEDEAO que je salue au passage au cours de l'année scolaire écoulée à travers un accord de partenariat que nous avons signé. Et la CEDEAO a fait un essai avec environ quelques écoles seulement en 3 mois d'exécution et cela a marché parfaitement. Donc, le financement est également mis en place au niveau des finances publiques, du ministère de l'économie et des finances, mais le volet exécution est toujours relayé au PAM et qui le met en œuvre. Alors, par rapport également au financement mixte, je salue, n'est-ce pas, la présence à mes côtés ici, à ma gauche, du représentant de la BID et qui est en train de travailler avec le Bénin et qui m'a soufflé à l'oreille tout à l'heure que c'est bouclé. Donc, la BID est en train d'annoncer au Bénin un montant de 25 millions de dollars pour accompagner toujours l'alimentation scolaire. Alors, ce financement, n'est-ce pas, va être géré à travers également un projet qui est déjà entièrement élaboré. Il ne reste que la signature d'accord de partenariat. Et je le soufflais tout à l'heure qu'une fois rentré au Bénin, alors on s'entend sur le nécessaire, l'accord sera signé. Et puis, le canal de déblocage des sous, n'est-ce pas, sera mis en place. Voilà un peu comment les cantines scolaires, l'alimentation scolaire est prise en charge aujourd'hui. Mieux, en termes disons pardon? Le temps. Le temps, le temps. Le rouge a dit allumé, je n'ai pas vu le rouge passer. Merci beaucoup.
Attention au rouge. Merci. Merci beaucoup. I told you, Benin is a champion. Is really a champion. Now let's move to our next speaker. And is the Dr. Amar Abdul Ahmed, Manager of Human Development at the Islamic Development Bank. The question. We are thrilled to hear about this new partnership and please tell us more about their multi-sectoral founding and vision. Please.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting us today and to attend the school meal coalition meeting today. And we are very happy to be here. Thanks to the French government for organizing this meeting because it's important to find a big country taking the leadership for such initiative. And really, at the Islamic Development Bank, we have a very good relationship with the French Development Agency, but also with the government of French, and we are maintaining regular consultation. So thank you also to WFP team. So thank you for all your support. Without you, I think we won't be able to join this initiative. So so why the Islamic Development Bank maybe is a multilateral development bank? Actually, just to let you know, we are covering 57 member countries. We are a governmental organization. So our board of governors is comprising most of the ministers of finance or governors of central bank in our 57 member countries, and we are present over 4 continents. So we are present in, even in America, we have 2 countries recently joined us, Suriname and Guyana. And we have also so many countries, most of our member countries are in Africa. So coming to this initiative, it came from the analysis that we have undertaken in between 20 and 2021 at the end of the COVID-19 pandemic, where we noticed that many gain in nutrition, many gains, let us say, in nutrition, because there are many gains. Okay, so just I'm talking under the control of our economists, have been rolled back by the pandemic. And so, and one of the strategic pillars of the bank is the inclusive human development. And we cannot improve the human development or the human capital development without taking care of the nutrition. Because if you look at the component of the human capital index, all of them are related to the nutrition. So starting from the under 5 years mortality, the adult survivor rate, but also the learning adjusted years so rate. So all are related to the nutrition. So undernutrition, stunting are affecting the future of those kids. And we started the discussion with WFP, and then we came up with this solution because that we need to support the member country. But the issue that we have faced at that time when we started this discussion, because most of the member countries, our member countries, were receiving the food and the foods and the meals free of charge from partners like WFP, mainly from humanitarian organizations, but they have not institutionalized it. And I'm great today to learn, to hear this morning, our member countries, Nigeria, for instance, and also Togo, and now Benin, that have taken this legal framework to institutionalize the school meal coalition. And really, it's good to hear that, because this will push our variant committee to support more the initiative. And we started discussion with WFP, and we have this initiative called investing in the futures of learners. And this investment in the futures of learner, the interesting things here, before going to the financing aspect, is the multi-sectoral approach. The first one, we are covering not only health and nutrition, we are covering also agriculture and food security. And the third also, we are covering the out of school children, those who have been marginalized or out of the school. Now, in the blended financing, I think the fiscal space, you have already talked about the fiscal space. And the IMF also conditionalities of some member countries is limiting them to get access to some resources. And this is where we need the support of donors to soften the lending in our in the member countries. And this is what's happened in the case of Benin. And this discussion, we have a successful experience, and the Lives and Livelihood Funds, a $2.5 billion, and we are trying actually to apply it to the school feeding programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Blending financing is definitely, as Elizabeth mentioned, is a strong route, because we can bring under the blending financing umbrella, we can bring private funds. And believe me, they are ready to come. We usually think that they will not be attracted to this conversation. They are ready to come, and they want to come. We need to come up with a strong value proposition. Now, I have the pleasure to move to Mr. Ferdinando Regalia, Social Sector Manager of the Inter-American Development Bank. And the question is, I would say similar, the one that I have asked to the Islamic Development Bank, is about blended finance and other mechanisms. How innovative you think the Inter-American Development Bank is being in the last, let's say, 2-3 years?
Thanks very much. First of all, thanks for the organizer. It's a great pleasure to be here. And this is not a competition, but I'm gonna try to carry the last 1,000 meters. For the 9,000 meters were carried by all the representatives from Latin America and Caribbean that were in different panels, and they're really leader in this area. And then see many one year, from Colombia to Brazil to Ecuador, Guatemala, and Honduras. So let's start with some data. Latin American Caribbean countries have in the last 20 years increased substantially their public budget for education, yet education expenditure per students are just 30% OECD average, PPPP. That's a reality. And plus all the problems that we know, very tight fiscal stance going forward, and ODA, so overseas development assistance in the sector, just plummeting in Latin America and the Caribbean. So what the IDB has done, let's start from, or is doing, let's start from what is not innovative. In 2023, we pump up our investment in education substantially to over 1 billion. And we are planning in the new institutional strategy to prioritize this as a key sector within the social sector. The second aspect, as we joined the school meal coalition, because we think that we need to engage also in financing of this program. Although Latin America spent roughly $7.5 billion and 99% is country financing, we know there are middle-low income countries in the region that need to go a stretch further, because still about 50% of kids in the region are not receiving any school meal. And we all have talked about the great things about school meal, but there's one thing I would like to stress that has not been said. A lot of countries in Latin America, given the enormous hit that was taken by the country in terms of learning outcomes, are trying to expand the school days. This is not possible without very robust school meal. So now let's come to what we can do in innovative financing. First of all, we are trying big effort with like nails to get some concessionality to blend with our loans or our co-financing. I think a great case is the collaboration we have with GPE and with other donors, and the Minister of Education of Haiti is going to talk about this, about the package that we're putting together for Haiti of about $44 million in grants. These are all grants, but it's under one strategy, and that is very, very important. And we would like to do more of that. Believe me, if you have a $20 million loan for, let's say, Honduras or Guatemala, or $50 million loan, and you come with 2 or 3 million of concessionality, you really convince the Minister of Finance to actually get that financing rather than others. It's very powerful blending. Second, this is already mentioned, the IDB has been at the forefront with innovative financial instrument for the debt for nature transaction we are just talking about. The IDB was involved and is involved in all three. And these are large, and I want to stress, are not for all countries. They are very complex deals. They take months to prepare, and they're all market operation, where basically governments are buying back their bonds and their loans and substituting them with other commercially issued bonds or loans, but with a guarantee from the IDB and other partner financial institutions, which lower enormously their borrowing cost. Just as a number, Ecuador did an operation with the backing of IDB and other partners for $1.6 billion of rebuying debt. They free up 323 million for investing in conservation efforts for the Galapagos. Similar in numbers, of course, the value are lower for Barbados and Belize. So we do have the technology to do that. We need to apply to the social sector, particularly to the education sector. And finally, and we have been very glad to partner with the WFP for the first report on the status of school meal in Latin America and Caribbean. Yet we believe there is a strong research and technical agenda going forward. Efficiency is important. Waste needs to be reduced. Targeting has to be improved. Quality has to be improved. And this is an area where we are, over the coming year also, want to focus some grant resources with partner, because we cannot do it alone, to strengthen this part also of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations. I read the paper that is in the package of this meeting. The Galapagos debt swap is amazing. Is amazing. Is definitely a breakthrough, definitely. And now I have the pleasure to move to my dear neighbor here, the Minister of Education and Vocational Training of Haiti, Mr. Nesmi. We are here, would like to ask you about the case that has been also mentioned by Ferdinando Regalia, in terms of the multiplier financing mechanism. It seems that together you manage to build something with a huge multiplier financing mechanism dimension, and you'd like to understand how it works. Back to you.
Thanks for the question, but I will answer in French. D'abord, je voudrais remercier la coalition pour l'alimentation scolaire remercier doublement la coalition pour cette invitation et pour ce panel. Je dis pour ce panel parce que je m'étais promis au prochain panel de ne pas parler de crise pour Haïti. Et je suis heureux d'être dans un panel où je veux parler des opportunités qu'Haïti profite. En effet, je voudrais vous donner quelques éléments de contexte parce que très rapidement, pour répondre à la question, nous avons deux types de fonds innovants. Un fonds innovant national et le multiplicateur du partenariat mondial pour l'éducation avec d'autres partenaires que je vais expliquer très rapidement. En Haïti, il y a quelques années, nous avons développé un fonds dédié à l'éducation qui s'appelle le Fonds national pour l'éducation, voté par le Parlement. Et au niveau de ce fonds, il y a une partie qui est dédiée pour l'alimentation scolaire. Ce fonds est financé par les transferts de la diaspora et par un pourcentage qui est pris sur les appels téléphoniques de la diaspora vers Haïti. Et avec ce fonds innovant qui vient en plus du trésor public, ceci nous a permis, les chiffres que je vais annoncer tout à l'heure, en plus du multiplier, d'arriver à augmenter la couverture, la qualité et l'ancrage au niveau des produits locaux. Maintenant, en plus de ce fonds innovant national, nous venons de conclure avec plusieurs partenaires, dont je salue la présence ici en particulier. Il y a la Banque interaméricaine de développement qui fait office de l'agent partenaire pour mettre en place un mécanisme que le partenariat mondial pour l'éducation permet au pays de l'utiliser comme seed money pour mobiliser d'autres ressources. Je laisserai à la directrice exécutive du GPE qui est présente de faire un peu plus d'explications, mais j'ai aussi la casquette du président du comité des finances du partenariat. Je peux vous dire, du partenariat mondial pour l'éducation, je peux vous dire que c'est une avancée majeure pour les pays en développement, dans la mesure où on peut l'utiliser comme don pour lever d'autres financements et aussi on peut l'utiliser pour réduire les taux d'intérêt sur les prêts concessionnels pour que les pays puissent avoir des financements additionnels. C'est très innovant. Mais avec ces deux sources d'innovation, nous pouvons dire qu'à partir de 2024, nous passerons de 30% de couverture du préscolaire aux 9 premières années d'année obligatoires, donc ce qu'on appelle l'école fondamentale, à 50%. Nous serons à 50%, de 30% à 50%. Nous serons à 1,5 million d'élèves couverts du préscolaire à la 9e année fondamentale selon les prévisions. Et avec ces deux sources de financement qui viennent du financement, c'est environ 76 millions de dollars, dont 15 millions viennent de la Banque interaméricaine de développement, 10 millions viennent de Education Able of, fonds du Qatar, et 32 millions viennent du programme américain McGovern-Dole, qui est justement géré par le PAM, donc c'est le PAM qui va financer, et tout cela, on a pu lever ces fonds à cause des 19 millions du PME, dont 11 millions, iront à l'alimentation scolaire. C'est une très bonne nouvelle pour Haïti. Mais alors, la deuxième chose qui est très importante dans ce virage que nous sommes en train de faire vers l'alimentation scolaire, c'est les leçons que nous sommes en train de tirer. Je crois que j'ai entendu beaucoup d'excellentes choses ce matin, depuis ce matin. Mais le focus aussi, c'est que nous ne sommes pas les seuls à pouvoir faire bouger cet agenda. En Haïti, nous faisons l'expérience en introduisant de nouveaux cours dans le curriculum, en particulier sur les activités productives. Les élèves, ceux qui bénéficient de ce montage, ne doivent pas être uniquement que des bénéficiaires, ils peuvent être acteurs. Nous mettons en place beaucoup de jardins scolaires pour que les enfants participent à la production, même s'il y a une vertu pédagogique. Nous sommes en train de mettre en place, pour prendre le relais de ce montage d'alimentation scolaire, les lycées techniques agricoles. Et je sais que le Bénin fait de même aussi, pour construire des unités économiques à vocation pédagogique et que ces jeunes vont produire ce qu'on peut acheter pour la cantine scolaire. Comme ça, ce n'est pas une assemblée seulement d'adultes qui font les plans, eux aussi sont acteurs dans la production de la chaîne. Et je crois que ceci, c'est très important. Je conclurai en disant la chose suivante. Bien sûr, nous allons augmenter la couverture. Bien sûr, aussi, et grâce à nos partenariats et à la politique que nous mettons en place, nous allons augmenter le pourcentage de produits locaux qui était à 20% en 2020, qui sera en 2024 à 60% selon les prévisions qu'on fait, parce que tous ces nouveaux financements vont pouvoir alimenter le virage vers les produits locaux jusqu'à l'objectif de 2030, idéalement de 100%. Pour conclure, il est très important que nous comprenions dans les indicateurs que nous utilisons. Il ne s'agit pas uniquement des taux de couverture, c'est combien de jours passent les enfants à l'école. Et je profite de l'occasion pour remercier, parce que nous faisons à la fois l'urgence et la transformation. Je vois Yasmine Chérif qui est présent. C'est grâce à nos partenaires qui sont présents, Education Keynote, l'ABID, la Banque mondiale, nous avons mis en place un programme de compensation d'apprentissage pour qu'il ne s'agisse pas seulement d'avoir la nourriture, mais que les enfants soient en salle de classe. Voilà, je vous remercie tous.
Congratulations. Creating strong value. Amazing. I'm looking at the time. Let's move fast. And now I turn to Mrs. Laura Frigenti, the CEO of Global Partnership for Education. We have already heard about Global Partnership for Education's multiplier financing mechanism, very well explained here. Please tell us what else the Global Partnership for Education is doing to support the financing of school meals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will not even dare going into the multiplier after the very eloquent explanation of my friend, Minister Manigat. But I just want to say that that instrument, which is probably the most popular innovative financing instrument that GPE has put in place, but not the only one, is really, I would say, an indication of the fact that we really need to continue pressing for, traditional financing for education. But at the same time, and I think that the sobering information that Lisbeth shared with us make me think that we hope for the best and prepare for the worst, that the future of the sector is really in thinking outside of the box. And I'm so glad to be here on stage today with representatives of so many institutions that for many years have been thinking about bringing innovation and different sources of funding and different instruments to the education sector, and we shall continue doing so. Now to the school meals. GPE has been working on school nutrition and school meals for quite some time before actually the coalition was established. And in a way, we love very much being part of this effort because it crystallizes the efforts that we were doing individually with individual countries. But just to throw a number in the room, I mean, since 2016, we have been funding about 50 million in school nutrition and school meal programs with various countries through our traditional system transformation programs, and we will continue doing so. This is a very important part that is so closely connected with the ability of children to learn in school that really needs to be part of the education strategies of all countries, at least all countries that we will be working on. Now to what are we doing now today? I am particularly proud and particularly happy to announce that working very closely with the WFP, whose staff and colleagues I really want to thank for this collaboration, we are launching today a new initiative, the School Nutrition Technical Assistance Facilities, that will strengthen the country's capacity to achieve increasingly sustainable, gender responsible, and nationally owned school meals program, providing school children with safe, diverse, nutritious food that are locally purchased. This technical assistance facility, which we are starting on a pilot base, but that we can already see that is going to take off in a much larger scale, will help countries achieve 4 main objectives. The first one, it will give them a better access to sustainable financing to implement school meals and program. It will make them understand where are the potential sources of financing, how this can be approached, and what is the best suitable solution for each individual particular countries. It will help them improve the policy and legal frameworks that are necessary to have in place in countries to actually have well-functioning and sustainable school nutrition, school meal system. The countries will be able to improve the implementation of locally grown and purchased school meal programs. And this is a very important, how can I say, rippling effect on local economies, in particular, to local women that are really the greatest beneficiaries of this type of activities. And finally, it will strengthen the evidence and exchange between countries on their experiences, consolidating and expanding their national school meals program. I like to say that this is really a very good example of why education it is so important, because education as a sector is much more than learning. And I think that all that we have been hearing today in this very invigorating meeting about school meals and the work of the coalition drives us really in that direction of thinking about the school as the locus where multiple services are given to children. And so the role of education is really to multiply the benefits to children of being in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, moving to our last speaker, a pleasure, the CEO and Vice Chairman of Dubai Cares, Mr. Tariq. Please tell us, what is Dubai Cares doing to create innovative financing opportunities for school meals?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, to me personally, it's been a long journey. 12 years ago, I had 2 dreams. One became effective and true, and that's the School Meals Coalition. We've been working for a very long time on that. The second dream was to establish the first ever social impact bond in education, Christina. And although to be part of a global consortium, which is the School Meals Coalition today, at that time, the sector was not advanced. They don't understand the language that you're talking until Carmen came back, and then we made it happen. So thank God for that. But for the social impact bond, which banks will you bring to convince them to have a social impact bond that can yield interest for the investors and for the grant givers how will they hit on their targets? That was the issue. And there were attempts from other banks to do such a social impact bond. But if you're talking about government schools, public schooling, there is no tuition fee from schooling. So how will you get money into a social impact bond in education? And the best way to do that is connect the social impact bond with school meals. That was the idea. And that's what we've been working with the WFP. So before speaking to the WFP, I'm a former banker as well. So with my connections, I spoke to Crédit Agricole Bank in Paris, and they agreed to create the first ever social impact bond in education, but that will be through school meals. So that will be Crédit Agricole Bank. Now, Grameen Crédit Agricole Foundation will be working towards the microfinancing. So they will microfinance the farmers and they will build the capacities of the women. What we're going to do in that country, we're going to hopefully erect a factory that we will assemble all the vegetation that's coming from the farmers, from the local farmers, into that factory. And that factory hopefully will get jobs created. It will be climate friendly. We will have the mothers who will run the centralized kitchen in those countries. The WFP will be core at the operations with the government. And the good news, we have selected the country and it is Senegal, and we are already in touch. And already I gave the first grant to the Crédit Agricole Bank to start the business case. So that's the white paper, the business case study on how we're going to make money as a bond. And just to wrap up very, very quickly, we're going to announce the launch of this first ever social impact bond in education at the Rewired Summit end of the year at the COP28. The School Meals Coalition will have 2 high-level sessions. They can brag on all their achievements, but they also have a session on innovative financing, and the School Meals Coalition will be positioned as well at the Rewired Summit. Just to let everyone know, the Rewired Summit will be on the 8th of December at the COP28, and we will be tackling a lot of stuff. School meals is just one of them, but with the GP, we're also talking about education transformation as well, and GP will be with us also on the innovative financing model. So hopefully the announcement of this first ever social impact bond will be hopefully in the next slightly less than 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have 1 second and I will wrap up. 1 second. It's amazing how the composition of this panel. First pillar was clear from Benin and IT. You need political will. You need vision to build strong, clear, and forward-looking policy frameworks. Benin and IT were clear. If you don't have that, maybe the most important pillar will be missing. Once you are that, or once you have that, you are ready to start mobilizing Lisbeth and Laura. Ready. Do you want Lisbeth and Laura? Get the political will, get the strong policy frameworks. They come, and Laura said it very clear. She's about to launch in a couple of, or have just launched, a facility to provide technical assistance, capacity building. Without strong country systems, school feeding will never be sustainable. Once you have these two, your risk profile is already looking good. Once your risk profile is already looking good, you are ready for the Islamic Bank, the Inter-American Bank, and Dubai Cares. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause. That was powerful. That was a very powerful session, and one where we heard, and I don't want to go back to it again because then you would water down that conclusion from Christina. So Christina and your panel, thank you so much. Congratulations. Please come this way because it will enable us to quickly connect with the next panel, which is about to start. They will get in from the other side. Please, thank you. A round of applause again for this. It was a real pleasure to listen to this. It gave energy, it brought energy. And now I would like us to welcome the next panel that we've got here. And they are here to discuss the school meals as a lever for food systems transformation and environmental and climate sustainability. And for that, we have as the panelists from Sao Tome and Principe, Timor-Leste, Cote d'Ivoire, the Republic of Congo, the United States of America, and UNICEF. I'm very happy that they have joined, and I would like to invite on stage, I presume that has already happened, that we have Ms. Yasmin Sherif, who is the Executive Director of Education Cannot Wait. Please, I'm handing this over to you such that you can take the lead on this particular, and this is the last one. This is when we're going to see the winners, right? They're crossing that finish line, and you're going to do it for us in good time so that you know the engagement you have at 5:30 sharp. So over to you. Can you hear? I'll hand you mine because we have to go that final stretch.
I love your energy. We're going to run fast because we have to win the human race here at the Global School Meals Coalition. And congratulations to the organizers, to our dear friends in WFP, to France for hosting it, to Finland, to all the other member states of the Global School Meals Coalition. We will run fast. That's what we do at Education Cannot Wait. And all our partners are here with me on stage. I think they all have been introduced. My name is Yasmin Sherif. I'm the Executive Director of Education Cannot Wait, which is a global fund at the United Nations for Education in Emergencies and Protracted Crisis, hosted by UNICEF, serving the whole UN system and civil society and our host governments in conflicts, refuge, and climate-induced disasters. Now, let me introduce our colleagues. I will start from the right. From Ukraine, Dr. Igor Kuzin. Welcome very, very much. Good to have you here. Invite also our partner from the United States, Ms. Alexis Taylor. Lovely to have you with us. And from Timor-Leste, Her Excellency, Dr. Dulce Suarez. Say hello to my dear friend, Jose Ramos Horta. And to my left hand, from Sao Tome Principe, Her Excellency, Ms. Isabel Maria Correa Villegas de Abra. Yeah, it's a beautiful name. And next to you, we have from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, His Excellency, Mr. Jean-Luc Moton. And my dear friend from UNICEF, Mr. Robert Jenkins, welcome. So now we'll move fast. We have 40 minutes. The moderator, which is me, I will have to leave at 5:30 if we don't finish the finishing line or reach the finishing line. So a few words, I will shorten my own intervention or opening, but we all know and we all agree, if you are hungry and a hungry child, besides the fact that you are not growing and developing, it impacts your brain, your physical growth, but you cannot learn. There is not a child or adolescent that can sit in a classroom in an empty stomach and try to learn. And even less so, if you are a child or an adolescent in the middle of an armed conflict, in a refugee camp, or running away because of a climate-induced disaster, it is virtually impossible to expect that from a young child. Learn and be hungry. So school meal is fundamental for a child. And I really think we all here want to applaud the strong advocacy and work on the ground that World Food Program carries out to make this a top priority for all of us. They're not the only ones, but they are strong advocate. Others are, of course, UNICEF, many civil society organizations, UNESCO, UNHCR, and many, I just met with the Minister for Development and Trade from Finland, Finnish Church Aid, so many others, and local organizations talking about the Democratic Republic of Congo. We're doing great work together with your government in Tanganyika, and there the Salvation Army implements the school feeding program under the ECW's holistic investment with many of our colleagues. We also know girls are already marginalized because they're girls. And when it comes to school meals, it marginalizes them further. We know even when you deliver humanitarian aid, girls are always the last on the line. So to bring girls back to school, it's also important to provide the incentive for their parents, for the communities, that the girls and the boys, of course, get one proper meal a day, because many families cannot afford that themselves. And so I think we all agree it's possible, school meal makes it possible as an incentive for parents and communities to send their children and the girls to school, but also makes it possible for the students to learn. And I'd like to point out that there's mass of evidence that points to the effectiveness of school feeding, if there's anyone who does not believe the evidence or the facts to be true. And studies have been undertaken by the World Food Program and the World Bank, and how school feeding and strengthens gender equality, health and nutrition, social protection, local economies, and agriculture. And at ECW, Education Cannot Wait, as a fund, we work again very closely with UN agencies and civil societies and host governments, ministers of education. And school feeding is one of our top priorities in our strategic plan 2023 to 2026. And through that joint programming, we ensure that school feeding is part of a holistic approach of infrastructure, teacher training, mental health and psychosocial services, learning materials, and so forth and so forth. If school feeding is not there, no learning will take place despite all other elements. And I'd like to conclude by saying that through our cooperation and investment in school feeding, we have in our joint investments at Education Cannot Wait reached 600,000 children and adolescents in 15 countries. And our partnership with World Food Program during the last 4 years alone, we have invested over $15 million in school feeding across sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East, Latin America. Now I will stop here, and I think this was less than 5 minutes. I hope so, because now I will pass on to our colleague from Sao Tome and Principe and ask you how we know that you have made impressive strides in the past. All my papers here now. Yeah, impressive strides. Where are my colleagues? Sao Tome and Principe. You're sitting here to my left. Yes. Everything turns upside down in this one, but it is what it is. We do our best. I would like to ask you, Your Excellency, you have made impressive strides in the past years in making school meals available. So you are already working on it, both in pre-primary and in primary schools. Can you tell us a little bit more about the plans that you have ahead towards 2030 to meet the goal in Sao Tome and Principe? Over to you, Your Excellency.
Muito obrigada. Primeiramente, eu quero agradecer ao país anfitrião que acolheu essa conferência e gostaria de vos dizer com muito prazer que hoje me junto a vós para apresentar a visão, realizações, desafios do Programa de Alimentação Escolar, que é o PENASE em São Tomé e Príncipe. Nós acreditamos em São Tomé que dos fatores importantes para melhorar a segurança alimentar, a saúde, a nutrição, o desenvolvimento econômico local, através de investimentos feitos na alimentação escolar, o apoio do PAM, em São Tomé e Príncipe, implementa este programa há mais de 40 anos. Então, São Tomé e Príncipe, neste momento, é o primeiro país da África que alcançou a cobertura da alimentação escolar gratuita universal, financiada exclusivamente pelo Orçamento Geral do Estado. Nós, em São Tomé e Príncipe, estamos abertos para acolher os países africanos de pequenos estados insulares que conhecessem a nossa experiência com alimentação escolar e universal. A nossa maior rede de cobertura de segurança ao país é que nós alimentamos 1/4 da população, que são 50.000 crianças que fazem a refeição quente todos os dias. O PNASE, que é o Programa Nacional de Alimentação Escolar, é um programa autônomo do Ministério da Educação, que sobrevive com a rúbrica do Estado santomense, tem uma conta bancária própria, recebe apoio técnico do PAM, tem a comparticipação dos pais encarregados de educação, tem uma equipa de trabalho organizada, um programa anual próprio e também garante emprego para 480 mulheres que são mães de família. E, neste momento, nós queremos expandir o programa para a obtenção de alimentos localmente produzidos, como forma de ativar a economia local, tornar mais ou menos dependentes das importações, cobrir 180 dias de alimentação e dos nossos cálculos feitos com as nossas despesas para esse trabalho da acréscimo como melhoria para a qualidade, nós necessitamos de 25 milhões de dólares nos próximos 5 anos, sendo 14 milhões de dólares viriam do próprio país e 12 milhões de dólares viriam de fontes externas. E para isso, nós tínhamos que fazer a troca de dívida com principais credores de São Tomé e Príncipe, como, por exemplo, Portugal, Brasil, ou outras instituições financeiras internacionais que podem ser opções. São Tomé e Príncipe necessita, nesse momento, do apoio do consórcio de investigação de School Mills e coabitações para analisar o impacto do nosso programa ao longo do prazo na economia nacional como maior e mais longa rede de segurança alimentar. Como perspectiva para 2030, nós queremos que a distribuição da alimentação escolar atingisse a escolaridade básica obrigatória gradualmente até a 9ª classe, como forma de manter a qualidade do ensino. Porque em São Tomé, as crianças só vão para a escola quando fazem uma refeição quente. Obrigada.
And rather than summarizing everything towards end, I think, first of all, you're representing a model. You've been ahead of the curve, and you're calling for more funding to make sure that every child has a hot meal a day. If I were to summarize your very, very important and to the point points. Thank you so much.
Obrigada.
Now I turn to my right and to Timor-Leste. She's also a country that has gone through a lot, but is doing so much to invest in changes for its people and its young people and the students. So Minister Soares, in the last year, Timor-Leste, you nearly doubled. You can use mine. You nearly doubled you allocated the school feeding. So now, can you tell us a little bit about the plans for school feeding and expected developments for your national program in Timor-Leste?
Thank you very much for the question. Before going into details, I'd like to say how grateful I am for giving me this opportunity to address you today. Timor-Leste gained its independence over 22 years ago. With support of WFP, with support of WFP, we start our school feeding program in 2005. And in 2011, our government decided to take over the program. And right now, currently we have around 350,000 children benefiting from this program. Talking about allocation for the school feeding program, actually, it has been shown as a testament of our dedication to ensuring all children receive not just education, but also the nutrition that they need to drive and to become the drivers of all our efforts. Although this significant increase in budget just happened in 2023, but we already received many good feedback and some empirical feedback from our teachers, which is many of them said that the children are more healthier, the children are the children are more active in classroom. I think this is a promising indicator of all our efforts we have made to school feeding program. Recently, one of our counterparts, which is supported by Governor Dole, conducted an online survey, and they found that when the school meals are offered, the children are more happier, they're learning better, and they're focused, and it has a positive correlation with learning result, and this is very important. And most of our teachers said that they all agreed to continue with this school feeding program because this is very important for the development of the children. As I've said, that it's contributed a lot to improve our learning result. I also would like to share with one of our experience that in Timor-Leste we promoted also school garden, and the school garden has been inserted as one of our curricular subject. I think this is very important. Not only learning about not only learning at school, but the students also bring this practice to their family. This is very important. And also, we also emphasize our school feeding system by using this locally sourced fresh food for our school meals. This part, I think, as many of my friends here already mentioned, that this will it's contributed a lot to the economy of their local farmers. And also through the school feeding program, we also through the school feeding program, it's also created a sense of responsibility and a sense of responsibility of our community, and also they also participated actively in helping the schools. And we also focused together with WFP, we also focused on education and awareness raising campaign to ensure that the children, parents, and teachers, they all promoting this healthy learning habit. I think this part is very important. We also right now we are working closely with WFP in developing a school meals manual, which is in my return we launch it. And again, WFP has been our long-standing partners in supporting us in implementation of the school feeding program. To me, the most important for me now is maybe some of my friends in this room. So if you have any experience or best practice about M&E, I think I really want to learn from you, because my problem now is to make sure how I can implement this school feeding program effectively. Even though in this morning presentation of WFP, I've seen a very good M&E system here at that. That's why I want to say that, okay, let's put our hands together to nurture the bright minds and healthy body of our nation's future leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think here, your dramatic increase in the budget is a big, big model for others to follow. We all love innovative solutions or extraordinary solutions to abnormal problems with your gardens, fresh food, and also, as you said, the increased economy for the local farmers. It all belongs and connects together. Thank you very much. I will make an exception from the speaker list because I need to apologize. And I'm turning to His Excellency, the Minister from the Republic of Congo. I made a mistake, and I would like to, therefore, to give you the floor. Sorry. Papers everywhere. But the Minister Mothon is from the Republic of Congo. And I apologize. Sometimes, I'm from Sweden, and then people say, oh, you're from Switzerland. And I say, it's okay, we're all one humanity. But I'm therefore going to give you the floor before I give it to anyone else as a symbol of apology to you. Now back to my talking points. For the Minister Mothon, we understand that the Republic of Congo has initiated establishing national committees. Can you tell us how you have developed these national committees for school feeding and what we can learn from you? Thank you. And over to you. Merci beaucoup.
Je voudrais vous remercier tout de suite et remercier le gouvernement français pour cette belle opportunité d'échange. Remercier également la coalition pour toute cette belle initiative et dire que le Congo renoue avec ce dispositif après l'année 2000, à la fin d'un conflit interne qui avait laissé beaucoup de traces au sein de la société. Et depuis, nous avons renoué, je le disais, avec l'alimentation scolaire pour dire qu'il s'agit d'un moyen essentiel d'égalité, d'inclusion sociale pour de nombreux enfants issus notamment des milieux défavorisés. Sur à peu près 900, un peu plus de 900 écoles publiques qui ne couvrent que 25% de la prise en charge en milieu scolaire à l'heure actuelle, nous avons de l'ambition. On le disait ici, qu'il s'agit évidemment de faire preuve de beaucoup d'ambition politique. Et c'est à ce stade que le dernier atelier Saber que nous avons eu en juin 2023 s'est engagé pour une politique nationale d'alimentation scolaire claire, avec une vision claire et très ambitieuse, et qui voudrait qu'à l'horizon 2025, que l'ensemble des enfants de notre système éducatif, notamment l'enseignement de base, puissent bénéficier d'une alimentation saine, équilibrée, durable, de bonne qualité et faite sur la base des produits locaux. C'est à cela que nous travaillons à l'heure actuelle, et rappelez, vous le disiez certainement aussi, que nous avons une direction nationale de l'alimentation scolaire qui coordonne la mise en œuvre des programmes d'alimentation en étroite collaboration avec le PAM. Nous avons une politique nationale d'alimentation scolaire qui fonctionne donc depuis 2016. Et à la question que vous posez, celle des engagements, nous allons retenir que le dernier atelier de Saber de juin 2023 a révélé des choses, 3 choses notamment qui sont pertinentes. Il s'agit de constater que le budget est faible, le budget alloué à l'alimentation scolaire est faible. Il s'agissait aussi d'espérer son augmentation et notamment et surtout d'assurer les décaissements de ces fonds en faveur du système de l'alimentation scolaire. Et pour ce faire, le gouvernement s'est engagé à monter un budget pluriannuel conséquent et à favoriser les décaissements d'ici 2025 pour être en adhésion, en adéquation avec l'ambition exprimée. Et ceci nécessitait justement un grand travail de coordination qui exigeait que de principaux organes, de grands organes de coordination puissent être mis en place, ce qui n'existait pas jusque-là. Et puis aussi mettre en place notamment ces outils qu'on appelle le Conseil national multisectoriel de l'alimentation scolaire et également le Conseil technique interministériel. C'est à cela que nous sommes en train de travailler à l'heure actuelle pour pouvoir atteindre les objectifs que nous nous sommes fixés. Et rappeler aussi, c'est très important, que depuis un certain nombre d'années déjà, nous avons mis en place dans les établissements scolaires le mécanisme qu'on appelle une école, un champ, une école, un jardin,
et qui fonctionne, et également le nouveau concept de terre d'école, dans lequel évidemment il y a la pédagogie, mais les enfants travaillent la terre, sont en lien avec la terre, et c'est un concept innovant sur lequel nous sommes en train de travailler. Les écoles sont en train de sortir de terre pour mettre en place ce dispositif et permettre justement aux élèves de pouvoir s'alimenter directement avec les produits de leur jardin. Dans le contexte qui est le nôtre à l'heure actuelle, l'agriculture occupe une place particulièrement importante dans le programme national de développement. Et dans ce contexte-là, de nombreux outils sont en train d'être mis en place. Nous y travaillons pour permettre d'allier toute cette volonté avec les exigences qui sont attendues de nous, de la part de nos élèves notamment. Je vous remercie.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And I think we heard again about quality food, not just any food, but quality kitchen gardens. It's interesting to see how we can all think alike across the oceans. And also, I think it's important we're coming back to funding again. Insufficient. The will is there, the political will is there, the national programs are there, but the funding is missing. So I think that was another important point raised by His Excellency, that we need to share and work together when we hear of such great political will and commitment coming from governments to provide healthy, quality food. Thank you very much, Minister Motho. Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to Dr. Igor Kuzin. And you are now in a context of an armed conflict. And under the leadership of the government and the First Lady in Ukraine, can you please share with us how you are overcoming the challenges to deliver school feeding despite the difficulties surrounding you? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to start with the fact that Ukraine began working in school meals reform in stable context, and then continued the reform in war-affected context. And of course, it's speciality in our country. But in 2020, the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelensky, initiated the school nutrition reform, and at the beginning, a comprehensive audit of the school feeding system in Ukraine was conducted. And only after that, we adopted a national framework for reforming the school feeding system. I want to give an example of several communication messages which First Lady said at the start of this initiative. Let's not just do this for show, but for ourselves. Or we are not preparing food, but we are preparing the future. This became an unofficial motto for the entire team and everyone participating in this reform. In a very short period, we managed to achieve significant progress. We comprehensively updated the national legislation, new sanitary regulation, new menu, and so on. We initiated the holding of national events. For example, 5 national forums were held for representatives of more than 1,500 representatives from the region and national level. And we started to improve the infrastructure base of educational institutions. In 2022, the government provided about $14 million in targeted contribution for infrastructure modernization. Unfortunately, the progress was disrupted by the war. But thanks to the joint effort of national and international partners, after the start of the war, the reform of school meals didn't stop. Now we actively work on developing personal potential, conduct training in communities and among local politicians, and create a culture of healthy eating. Even now, the infrastructure of school damaged by the war is being restored in Ukraine. Culinary hubs are being opened to train chefs in educational establishment. And factory kitchen projects are being implemented with the support of First Lady Olena Zelenska and the Buffett Foundation. Next year budget has already allocated 1.5 billion hryvnias. It's about $39 million only to renovate schools' kitchens. More than 700,000 children from vulnerable group are receiving school meals for free this year. I think maybe my last points will be the next. I would like to outline the main strengths and critical aspects of this reform working in Ukraine. First of all, it's leadership and political support. The next one is cooperation and partnership. The ability to reassess priority quickly and clear intersectoral national strategy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And all that you are able to do, including budgeting and culinary hubs for training, for delivering school meals and education, despite the brutal conflict, I think that's very impressive. You still keep going in an abnormal situation, trying to normalize life for the young generation and ensure they get healthy school meals every day. So that alone is worth us all bowing to you. Thank you very, very much for that. Now we are moving on. We have two more speakers. Everyone is running with speed. And I will first turn to our colleagues from the United States of America, Under Secretary Taylor. And if you could tell us more about how school feeding, both at home and abroad, support more equal and inclusive future and the commitments that the US has recently made. If you could give us a good insight into that, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think first and foremost, the United States is committed to ensuring our school feeding programs are inclusive, both within the United States, but also internationally through the McGovern-Dole program, which I think we've heard about on every panel so far today. That means we work to ensure that inclusivity applies to who is able to access the school meals, who is able to sell into the school meal programs, including small and underrepresented farmers. And it also means inclusivity on what products are accessible to students through school meals. The United States domestic school breakfast and lunch programs administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture reach millions of children daily. 60% of American students participate in these programs. Reaching children from low-income families is critical, with 3/4 coming from those households. During the pandemic, the U.S. Congress funded free school meals to students in the United States, and we witnessed these benefits of universal free programs. A nationwide response has been really a catalyst for change in the United States. Today, 10 states have passed legislation supporting universal free school meals, and 20 more are working through their state legislative processes for similar programs. Looking forward, the Biden administration is committed to expanding free, healthy school meals for an additional 9 million children by 2032. USDA is also expanding its local and regional procurement mechanisms to increase access to healthy, nutritious foods. Since 2020, USDA has provided nearly $3.8 billion to purchase domestic and unprocessed foods, with a focus to expand purchases again from small and underserved farmers. And USDA is also focused on expanding local and seasonally available food to our school meal programs. We call this through the Farm to School program, which provides over $1 billion annually to nearly 3/4 of the school districts in the United States. On the international front, the United States is proud to be the world's largest feeding donor thanks to the McGovern-Dole program. Its goals are to increase literacy and reduce hunger, especially for girls. Two of my co-panelists come from countries that have received McGovern-Dole support, and I think the relationship we have with these host countries is really critical to the success of that program, so thank you. In fiscal year 2023, the United States has just recently committed $230 million in international school feeding efforts through the McGovern-Dole program in 7 countries. These funds, the program will provide U.S. agricultural commodities, as well as financial and technical assistance to reduce hunger and improve literacy in primary education with, again, a focus for girls. To achieve these objectives, McGovern-Dole interventions are designed to consider gender differences in a local context, minimize gender inequality or inequities, and contribute to child safeguarding. Also, just like in the United States, school meals programs, we also support local procurement with a portion of the project funding purchasing food from local producers. In the last 2 decades, McGovern-Dole has benefited more than 31 million children and families in 48 countries, providing more than 5.5 billion school meals and supporting related nutrition, literacy, and teacher training programs. Presently, there are 48 active McGovern-Dole projects in 33 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. To help support children thrive, the McGovern-Dole program takes a multifaceted approach, tackling a wide range of issues that support nutrition and literacy, from things like infrastructure to teacher training, to parental and community support, and basic health interventions. Since the end of the pandemic, McGovern-Dole school meals have been really an instrument in drawing children back to school and providing not only an incentive to attend, but also alleviating hunger and supporting that critical learning. As the United States continues to invest in school feeding programs, both in the United States and at home, we remain committed to ensuring our programs are accessible, nutritious, and inclusive. Thanks.
Lovely. Thank you so very much. And I would just stress, I mean, we know that PRM is USAID. We know you're very well doing a lot. Through education cannot wait, but that you also mentioned Ministry of Agriculture and the enormous contributions to the World Food Program, I think has helped us move fast forward on the agenda of school meals and the whole coalition here. So there's a lot to say. Thank you for. Thank you very, very much. Now, lastly, UNICEF, and we have Rob, you're fast, right? Yes. Even though you have a lot to say. So Rob, representing UNICEF, one of the biggest UN agencies operating also very heavily on nutrition and school feeding. Please, the word is yours.
Thanks, Yasmin. Being the last speaker, I think I will add to what many other speakers have said and congratulate WFP for such an amazing day, for all the work we do together around the world in this very, very important area. And it's just been a partnership that we greatly appreciate, and congratulations. And also, of course, to the French government for very kindly hosting us and their leadership in this area. I think what I take away and what I would like to add to the discussions is the importance of, and it was mentioned in the previous panel also, the leadership that has so clearly come out today, the committed to action sense that we have. And that's not always the case in global meetings around education that many of us have spent a lot of time in. You can see the commitment to scale, the commitment to reaching marginalized children. As we scale, I do think it's very important for us to continually recognize that it's been a very challenging time for disadvantaged, marginalized children around the world in terms of learning and nutrition levels. And so which children are benefiting as we're scaling up and prioritizing those who have been left behind, I think is critical. So scale and focusing on the most marginalized. The other part of what's most exciting for me for the course of the day is when you look around the room is all the different sectors and colleagues working in different parts that we don't often in education interact with. We don't interact with enough. Those we see ministries of agriculture, ministries of health, ministry of nutrition and finance and heads of state and others. My colleague, the director of nutrition, is here, and UNICEF very much sees this as both an education and a nutrition intervention, which is obviously absolutely critical. In education, I think we need to continually broaden out and recognize that for children to learn, as has been said many times, they need to be well nourished, they need to feel protected, but also we have a lot to offer in the school system to contribute to other sectors, and it requires a broader approach. Similarly, I think school meals needs to be put into a broader approach to nutrition more broadly, recognizing not only a school meal can solve malnutrition and the bigger challenge. So it requires an all hands on deck, and that's what we've seen today. Maybe the last thing to just say is, I think a key to success, and the evidence is strong, is involvement of stakeholders in this program, meaning teachers, principals, members of the communities, students themselves. There's some amazing programs where students are taking leadership role in managing school meals program, and that's really exciting. But thanks, UNICEF stands ready. Our strength is our amazing capacity at country level. All our colleagues that work day-to-day basis with all of you count on our full support to take this work forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. I'm going to hand over, but just to stress, I think the great work that UNICEF is doing on the country level, WFP is doing on the country level, many civil society organizations, I think that's where things are happening, working together with the host governments is the critical. And I think we at Education Cannot Wait, we see you all the time, and without you, we couldn't do what we are doing. And it's all about coalitions working together and taking it to scale and focus on those most marginalized, as you said, Rob. Thank you very much. It's been absolutely a pleasure and privilege to be here. I'm leaving you, but you are the heroes, and I hope we learned a lot from you today. I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yasmin, Sheriff, and you led us to the finish line in good time. One more round of applause for this particular panel. You could feel that it was the race, and it was that final stretch. Thank you. This was the last session of the day, and it highlighted everything we've been talking about: cross-sectoral coordination, the importance of school meals, the interventions, and everything we've talked about, leadership and all of that. It was exciting, it was full of energy, and I promise you tomorrow we'll even have more energy. We'll be in our second day of this great summit, and it will be filled with wonderful sessions, such as the session number 3, which we all felt energized about when we talked about where the money was coming from and how we could build those connections with the leadership and in terms of moderation from Cristina Duarte. So you would have similar things, because we'll be talking about how food systems transformation and climate sustainability is important and is part of school meals. We will also be listening to the experiences of municipalities, because it happens at that level. The communities, the communes, the cités, and all of that. If we don't build from that level, where are we going to go? That's how it's going to be important. So please don't miss that as well. And there will be several partners who will be making huge announcements. Okay, you can take it from me. I'm making the promise that there will be huge announcements tomorrow. So the most important thing is for you to join me to see if that comes true. And there will be opportunities for you to participate. So I would like to thank you all. So please, a round of applause for all of you who stayed until this moment. I would like to thank the interpreters again, but also the production team, the sound technicians with all the microphones, everything. Tomorrow, please, a round of applause for them. Tomorrow, we start at 9 o'clock sharp. The doors will be open to this center at 8 a.m., but please make sure you're here before 8:45. That will enable us to have a wonderful day tomorrow. Have a good evening. Thank you. Au revoir et à demain. 8 heures, dès 8 heures, vous pouvez rentrer. 8h45 au plus tard, et on commence les séances à 9 heures. Bonne soirée à Paris.